there's a button on your microphone that says push. There's 4 microphones in this room, so we may need to share. We can go on the record. Good morning, everyone. Today is July 19th, 2023. We're here for day number 2 of case number 9695, Potomac Edison distribution rate case. We're not going to go through appearances again today since everyone was here yesterday, but we can start with putting into evidence pre-filed testimony of parties who are not going to be testifying live in this proceeding. We can start with Potomac Edison.
The testimony of our 2 witnesses who have been excused was admitted yesterday, Your Honor.
We can go to MEA. Okay. We can go to the Office of People's Counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Your Honor, I would like to have marked for identification purposes as OPC Exhibit 1, a document entitled Direct Testimony of Roger D. Colton on behalf of the Maryland Office of People's Counsel, dated June 9th, 2023, and filed on June 9th, 2023 in this case, which includes 16 numbered pages of narrative testimony and exhibits RDC1 through RDC2. I would additionally like to have marked for identification purposes as OPC Exhibit 2, a document entitled Sir Rebuttal Testimony of Roger D. Colton on behalf of the Maryland Office of People's Counsel, dated July 14th, 2023, and filed on July 14th, 2023 in this case, which includes 6 numbered pages of narrative testimony. I would like to have marked for identification purposes OPC Exhibit 3, a public version of a document entitled Direct Testimony of Courtney Lane on behalf of the Maryland Office of People's Counsel, dated June 9th, 2023, and filed on June 9th, 2023 in this case, which includes 34 pages of narrative testimony, Ms. Lane's curriculum vitae as Appendix A, and Exhibit CL1. I would also like to have marked for identification purposes OPC Exhibit 4, a confidential version of a document entitled Direct Testimony of Courtney Lane on behalf of the Maryland Office of People's Counsel, dated June 9th, 2023, and filed on June 9th, 2023 in this case, which includes 34 pages of narrative testimony, Ms. Lane's curriculum vitae as Appendix A, and Exhibit CL1. And finally, I would like to have marked for identification purposes OPC Exhibit 5, a document entitled Sir Rebuttal Testimony of Courtney Lane on behalf of the Office of People's Counsel, dated July 14th, 2023, and filed on July 14th, 2023 in this case, which includes 9 pages of narrative testimony. And Your Honor, I would move that OPC Exhibits 1 through 4 be admitted into evidence by stipulation of all parties and Your Honor. Thank you.
Consents to the admission of all 4 of those documents. I believe one of them was perhaps marked as OPC 3 needs to be part of the confidential record of this proceeding, and the rest would be part of the public record.
And that's correct, Your Honor. And I misstated. It's exhibits, pre-marked exhibits, OPC Exhibits 1 through 5 that I just described. That is correct. Thank you.
So we're going to mark Colton Direct as OPC Exhibit 1.
Yes, Your Honor.
We're going to mark Colton Sir Rebuttal as OPC Exhibit 2. OPC Exhibit 3 is going to be Lane Direct, and 3C is going to be Lane Direct Confidential. And OPC Exhibit 4 is going to be Lane Sir Rebuttal.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is there any objection to OPC Exhibits 1, 2, 3, 3C, or 4?
No, Your Honor.
Hearing no objections, those are admitted into the administrative record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else from OPC?
Preliminarily, Your Honor, unfortunately, but in a way, fortunately, we do have a scheduling conflict again with a witness. Mr. Bidwan was on his way to Baltimore, or he may have arrived in Baltimore when he received a call that his wife was going to the hospital to have their baby. And his wife is currently in labor, and he's unable to return to Baltimore today. And Your Honor, because we have already scheduled a virtual appearance on Tuesday the 25th for another OPC witness, we would respectfully ask that Mr. Bidwan be permitted to testify virtually on that day as well.
Potomac Edison?
I would prefer to examine him
If you would ask the question.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Walmart.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Walmart in this proceeding caused to be filed the direct testimony and exhibits of Alex J. Cronauer on June 9th, 2023. That document consists of the prepared direct testimony and 7 internal exhibits that are currently marked as AJK-1 through AJK-7. We would ask to have that marked and identified as such as Walmart Exhibit 1 for the record. Additionally, Your Honor, in order to facilitate the waiver of Mr. Cronauer's appearance, I worked with the other parties, and I appreciate those efforts, and specifically staff had requested a stipulated DR response from Mr. Cronauer that I've supplied to Your Honor, and I've also previously circulated via email to the parties. That stipulation, I think procedurally, normally, that would likely be a staff exhibit, but for the purposes of administrative efficiency, Walmart is certainly willing to sponsor that exhibit as well as Walmart Exhibit 2, if Your Honor would prefer that approach.
I think let's mark Walmart's response to staff data request 1-1. The response dated July 14th, and the accompanying verification as Walmart Exhibit 2.
Great, thank you, Your Honor. With that, then Walmart would move to have Walmart Exhibits 1 and 2 entered into the record by stipulation.
1 and 2 are marked. Any objection?
No objection.
1 and 2 are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any other things that we need to do this morning before we get into testimony? All right. Potomac Edison, please call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Potomac Edison calls Susan Colflesh.
Ma'am, will you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell it for the court reporter?
My name is Susan Colflesh. It's spelled SUSANCOLFLESH. Colflesh.
Thank you. Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Colflesh.
Good morning.
Would you please state for the record by whom you are employed?
I'm employed by First Energy Service Corporation.
And what is your business address?
My business address is 800 Cabin Hill Drive, Greensburg, PA.
Ms. Colflesh, you have before you a document entitled The Direct Testimony of Susan N. Colflesh, consisting of 21 pages and 1 exhibit.
Yes.
These mics are somewhat directional, so if it's actually pointing at your face, we'll do a lot better, or up to the direction of your mouth. Thank you.
If I may, we've just heard that some people listening online are unable to hear Your Honor, so I'm sorry.
I'll get up close and personal. Hopefully I won't be too loud for the folks in the room. I appreciate that. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I'd like this marked as PE Exhibit 24.
So marked.
And Ms. Colflesh, you also have before you a document entitled The Supplemental Direct Testimony of Susan N. Colflesh, consisting of 3 pages and 1 exhibit.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like this marked as PE Exhibit 25.
So marked.
And Ms. Colflesh, do you also have before you a document entitled The Rebuttal Testimony of Susan M. Colflesh, consisting of 27 pages and no exhibits?
That's correct, yes.
Your Honor, I'd like this marked as PE Exhibit 26.
26 is so marked.
Ms. Coldflesh, were these testimonies prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections, additions, or deletions to your testimony?
I do have several corrections to my rebuttal testimony. On page 26, at line 4, the number 228,349, talking about other memberships, should be 228,249. It's a typo.
Just one moment. Can you restate the change?
Page 26, line 4, the number 228,349, referring to other memberships, should be 228,249.
I believe that's on line 7. Is that correct?
I have line 4, Your Honor.
The rebuttal testimony?
Rebuttal testimony?
Yeah, the rest of us have it on line 7 based on the filing. The line reads, in Exhibit SMC-1, update, I assigned all these memberships to the other jurisdiction, excluding a total of, the corrected number should be 228,249 of total company PE memberships from costs eligible for recovery. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
That is correct. I'm sorry about the line numbers. I must have been looking at a different version.
No worries.
Okay.
I apologize. We just received a message that the counsel for PE cannot be heard at all online either. Maybe the mic, they asked if maybe the mic was off.
Can you hear me now? Very good. Ms. Coldflesh?
Additional changes on page 25 at line 16, the number 303,786, referring to expenses included in cost of service, should be 303,798.
That change is noted.
And then if you would go to the last page of my rebuttal at page 27 in the table, the first line of the table shows $9,913 in advertising in the fourth column over, and it should be $9,926.
That change is noted.
And then accordingly, since we changed the number in the table, the total at the bottom of that column also changes. And it changes from 321,434 to 321,447. Please note that these are all changes in the testimony, but don't affect the numbers that were in the case.
Thank you.
Ms. Coldflesh, other than those corrections, if I asked you the same questions today that are contained in your direct, supplemental direct, and rebuttal testimonies, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Are the testimonies true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
Yes.
Your Honor, we respectfully move PE Exhibits 24, 25, and 26 into evidence.
Any objection to PE Exhibits 24, 25, or 26? 24 through 26 are admitted into the administrative record.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness is now available for cross-examination.
Department of Defense, MEA, Office of People's Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Coldflesh.
Good morning.
My name is Scott Strauss. I'm going to ask you some questions today on behalf of the Office of People's Counsel. I'm going to mainly focus on your rebuttal testimony, Exhibit 26, if you could have that in front of you.
I don't have any exhibits to my rebuttal.
No, your rebuttal testimony has been marked as Exhibit 26.
Oh, I'm sorry. I understand.
Do you have that document in front of you, ma'am?
I do.
Very well. If you could turn to page 22 at the bottom of the page, there's a section there that you begin to discuss what you've labeled as non-recoverable expenses. Do you see that?
I do.
And then over on to, from 22 over on to 23, you address OPC witness Hunt's review of the 2022 test year for certain non-recoverable costs. Do you see that?
I do.
And the portion of Mr. Hunt's review that you're addressing here is focused on third-party vendor payments. Do I have that right?
Yes, that's what Mr. Hunt focused on.
Okay. At page 24 of your rebuttal, at lines 20 to 21, you state that Mr. Hunt errs in assuming that a given charge's eligibility for recovery can be determined by looking at a vendor name. Do you see that?
I do.
What details would you need to know in addition to the name in order to make an eligibility determination?
Well, you'd have to know what the charge was for. The example that I like to give is you could have a charge for FedEx that was going for a unregulated product that you were trying to sell, and you were shipping something. Just because that FedEx charge is not eligible for recovery doesn't mean that FedEx as a vendor can never be eligible for recovery.
So sometimes then the name in an accounting record of a charge might not be enough to tell you whether
The vendor name?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. And on page 25 of your rebuttal, over on beginning on line 8, you discuss efforts by the company to weed out non-recoverable costs from the test year prior to the filing here. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you state at lines 11 to 14 that this review resulted in the elimination of additional ineligible advertising expenses from Potomac Edison's O&M. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then on page 27, I think you mentioned earlier, you have a chart down there at page 9 that has a summary of your findings, correct?
Yes.
Does that chart include the amount of advertising expenses that were removed from PE's O&M as a result of that weeding out process we just discussed?
So the numbers included in Mr. Hunt's testimony, the first column in that chart, would include those numbers. My numbers do not include those. My numbers only include things that remain in cost of service.
And you're saying that the amount of those advertising expenses would be in Mr. Hunt's testimony?
Mr. Hunt specified specific costs by vendor and not by what was actually in the cost of service. Advertising is one of those expenses that it's very clear that only certain types of advertising are eligible for recovery. You cannot, for example, do promotional advertising and get recovery of that. But you can get recovery of informational or safety advertising that you do. So you really have to look at advertising closely, and that's not unique to this case. That's in every rate case that's filed, to make sure that the advertising that you're using is benefiting the customer and not just the company.
So if we look at your chart, thank you for that. If we look at your chart on page 27, the first heading under advertising, that's FERC account 921, correct?
That's right.
And that's supposed to include office supplies and expenses, is that correct?
And I don't characterize the charges as advertising. That's Mr. Hunt's characterization.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I
asked you whether the FERC account 921 is supposed to include office supplies.
It is.
It is. Okay.
And I never characterize those costs on line 1 as advertising. Those characterizations are Mr. Hunt's characterizations.
So can you tell me, there were no non-recoverable advertising expenses that wound up in account 921? Is that your testimony?
I would say there are some 921 charges. No, there weren't. Looking at my chart, excuse me, there weren't.
The ineligible advertising expenses from PE's O&M that were removed, where on your chart would those show up? Where were those removed?
They don't show up on my chart. They were removed.
They were removed prior to the filing.
Yes.
Well, I guess my question is, if they were removed, they were removed because they were ineligible for recovery, correct?
That's correct.
And how'd they end up in there to begin with then?
Well, advertising costs are legitimate business costs. Just because costs are ineligible don't mean that they don't come onto your income statement and figure into your net income.
And looking back on your chart again at 27, the second advertising listing, that's for account 923. And is it correct that 923 is for outside professional expenses? Would that be correct?
That's correct.
And the chart shows that you adjusted these expenses to exclude, in response to Mr. Hunt, an additional $14,087 from that account. Is that correct?
That's correct. But again, I would not characterize those as advertising.
Okay. All right, let's look further down the chart on page 27. You have categories for donations. Do you see that?
I do.
And those are in account 923 and accounts 930.2. Do you see those entries?
I do.
All right, keeping that in mind, turn back for a minute to page 26. And starting at line 14, you state there that with respect to the donation accounts, that Mr. Hunt has it right and that roughly $35,000 in donations should have been treated as below the line and ineligible for recovery. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you say that the company adjusted their accounts before making this filing to remove those $35,000. Is that correct?
They did.
Okay. I'd like to show you a document, one of your discovery responses. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to have Mr. Oslander, my colleague, help me with this.
Mr. Oslander, you're doing a very good Vanna White impression.
It's always good to have career alternatives. That's right.
What we're handing out,
you.
Your Honor, is a portion of the company's response to OPC data request 19.01. It's dated July 17, 2023. It's a response prepared by Ms. Colflesh. I'd ask that it be marked as OPC Exhibit 5.
OPC Exhibit 5 is marked.
I would note, Your Honor, this is an excerpt from the attachment to the data response for Subpart A. I have a series of these, and I'm going to mark them individually because I thought it would make for a cleaner record rather than doing it all at once.
Yeah, that works for me. You said the attachment is an excerpt, so this is not the entire.
No, it is not, and no objection to the inclusion of the entire document. It is a lengthy attachment, and for that reason, I've only included an excerpt.
No worries. I like saving trees. Is this attached to any testimony in any pre-filed
No,
testimony? Okay,
it's a data response that we received on Monday evening.
Thank you.
Ms. Colflesh, if you could take a look at the data response and the attachment for a moment, let me know when you've had a chance to look at it.
I'm familiar with this document.
Very well. And do you see that your response to Subpart A provides details on customer counts and A&G expenses? Would that be correct?
What you've provided me is only customer services and accounts, not A&G expenses.
Very well. With that qualification, then I would be correct.
Yes.
If you turn to the attachment, and I'm looking at the last page of the attachment, do you see that there's a heading for outside services and an indication of FERC account 923?
I'm sorry, I didn't realize there was a back to this page. Yes,
Would
now
that,
I see
Would that
it.
change your earlier answer?
My earlier answer, yes, this does include A&G.
Very.
Apologies.
No, none necessary. Do you see the heading for outside services in account 923?
I do.
And one of the cost categories there under outside services is expenses not eligible for recovery. Do you see that?
Yes.
Would donations fall under that heading?
Yes. But they're not on that line.
All right. What else would be included as expenses not eligible for recovery?
This particular expense not eligible for recovery refers to costs that were being collected in customer rates, and well, I'm looking at this again. Is that one? I have to get a ruler here.
I did the
Excuse
same
me.
thing.
It's hard to look across the
hard. Yes,
page
yes.
and actually see what that line has on
I
it.
believe it has nothing on it.
It has nothing on it, yeah, so there's nothing on that line to explain.
All right. Do you know why that line is blank?
I think it's probably an error.
What should be on that line, ma'am?
I think that line should have been excluded.
Is that because there were no 923 expenses not eligible for recovery?
So what you need to understand about this is the first line of that, the one that's not indented, that says outside services. You see that $19 million that are on that line. That's the whole of the outside services. Then what you see beneath that are adjustments that were made for going level type things. So really the outside services line that you want to refer to is the first line.
So are you saying that that $19 million number on the first line reflects the exclusions?
Yeah, well, no, the $19 million on the first line is the total company. But if you go out to the end, to the $10 million number that is in the far right column, that would reflect any exclusions.
All right. Going back to your testimony for a moment, again, I just want to talk a little bit again about that testimony on page 26 and the $35,000 of ineligible donations. I'd like to show you a copy of one of Mr. Hunt's exhibits. It's exhibit SDH 5. It's not yet been admitted, Your Honor, but I want to use it as an aid to my cross. I would note that the document is labeled confidential. We have talked with counsel for the company, and the company is amenable to having us discuss this document on the public record.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is the document to which you refer on page 26 of your rebuttal, Ms. Coleflesh. Is that correct?
Could you point me to the place online?
Yes,
26?
line 14.
Yes.
Thank you. Give me a minute, Your Honor. There we go. And I'm going to show you two other documents at this point. They are also excerpts from the response to OPC data request 19.01. And I'm going to ask Mr. Auslander to hand those out. Hand them both out, Jake. Your Honor, I'm going to ask to mark these for identification, and I'll explain them now for the record. So the first one is a portion of the response to OPC-DR 1901, and it has the cover page to the response and a two-page attachment from attachment B to the data response. And the first page is entitled, of that part of the attachment is entitled, the Potomac Edison Company Detail of Customer Accounts and Services and Administrative and General Expenses. The second one is another excerpt from attachment B to OPC 1901. And the attachment is a copy of a portion of an Excel spreadsheet. And at the top, there are the rows have headings, final cost, cost element, vendor, vendor name, source collector, and so on. And this is a two-page attachment. I'd ask that the first one be marked as OPC Cross Exhibit 7, I believe. We have to 7? Up to 6.
So
6.
it would be OPC Exhibit 6 because you didn't mark the attachment to
Mr. Hunt's.
SDH, right.
Mr. Hunt's.
So, and you said that was 19.1 and it was a two-page attachment. And then what would be 7, the second document you just stated also had 2 pages, but I have more than 2 pages for those attachments.
Your Honor, we have 4.
Yes.
Oh, maybe I'm just holding the wrong one. Hang on a moment. No, that's the wrong document. I'm sorry, that's the wrong document. We'll get you
Okay.
the right one in a minute. We will get to this one, but we're not up to it.
Okay, so OPC Exhibit 6 is the document regarding 19.01 and the attachment, which is 2 pages, which is detail of customer accounts and service and administrative and general expenses.
Correct.
Okay, yes, OPC 6 is marked.
Okay. And OPC 7 is coming. Yeah. Yeah, you give me that one. I don't want that one. Give us a moment, Your Honor.
No worries.
Oops. Hang on a second. No, I think that's the one I already have. No, this is the one I need. That's the one I don't have. That's
Thank you.
7. Yeah. And I'll identify 7 again for the record. It is a portion of the response to OPC-DR 19.01, attachment B. It is a 2-page attachment, which is a piece of an Excel spreadsheet that has on it headings to the columns final cost element name, vendor, vendor name, and so on.
What's that? I don't think I did. You did not mark that one, right? That's the one you're thinking of.
OPC Exhibit 7 is marked.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Colflesh, if you could take a look at what has been marked as OPC Exhibits 6 and 7. And if
You know
still-
what? I'm sorry. I don't have a pencil. I haven't been able to mark these exhibits. Could you refer to them in some other identifying way?
I'll give it a whirl, sure.
6.
Exhibit 6 is a 2-page attachment, and the first page has a sheet that says the Potomac Edison Company detail of customer accounts and services and admin and general expenses. Do you have that one?
I apologize.
First attachment, this is OPC 6, your package booklet, 6. And then 7. Your package booklet.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Now, as I understand it, Ms. Colflash, the attachment B to this data response provides line item details of the amounts listed in attachment A, a part of which we talked about a little while ago. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And attachment B details dollar amounts that are in the rates the company proposes to charge the ratepayers. Is that correct?
And we're looking at Exhibit 6.
Well, it's a general question about attachment B. Isn't that what attachment B purports to show?
Attachment B to Exhibit 6 is total company and ties to the FERC Form 1. It is not reflective of what is recoverable in Maryland. It is reflective of the whole company.
Your Honor, could she repeat that answer?
Yeah. Counsel for staff, can you turn your mic off? Yeah, okay. I apologize for our technology issues. If you would repeat your answer, please.
If we're looking at Exhibit 6, those numbers are reflective of the entire company, Potomac Edison. They tie to the FERC Form 1, and they are not reflected of the amounts that are being requested for recovery in Maryland.
Okay, so let's try it just to be sure. So do you still have in front of you Mr. Hunt's Exhibit 5? It's a one-page piece of paper.
Yes.
And if you go down toward the bottom of that page, do you see that there are a number of entries tied to FERC account 930.2?
Yes.
And if you look at Exhibit 6, which is the excerpt from Attachment B, do you have that one?
I do.
And if you turn to the last page of that exhibit, there's a very hard-to-read excerpt of an Excel spreadsheet. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And you see on Exhibit 5 of Mr. Hunt's testimony, there is a heading for Weinberg Center of the Arts for $2,500. Do you see that down near the bottom?
I
of the
do.
page? And you see that the same entry appears on Attachment B?
Yes, that is because Mr. Hunt included everything that was on Potomac Edison's books and not just what was requested for Maryland recovery.
And where would I find in this filing where you have removed that? Where would I find the evidence of the removal?
So when we do the filing, there are multiple steps. You know that Potomac Edison does not solely operate in the state of Maryland. They operate as a retail supplier of electricity in Maryland and West Virginia, and they have wholesale and transmission functions in the state of Virginia. So you have a number that you start with, which is the total Potomac Edison number per the books, per Form 1, and that number has to be parsed into the various states via a jurisdictional separation study. So right off the bat, if you're looking at the FERC Form 1 number, you're overstating, because some of that number belongs to West Virginia, and some of that number belongs to the transmission and wholesale functions in Virginia. The numbers that Mr. Hunt used included those total numbers. After we get to the Maryland number, there's an additional step, because this is a distribution rate case. We have to take the number even further down and just get to the distribution costs that are going to be recovered in this case. When we're doing this entire process, there is an eye to reviewing all of the numbers as we go to make sure that they are legitimate, appropriate, and eligible for recovery. Because in this case, in particular, we knew well in advance what our test year was going to be. We were under commission order to file by the end of March this year. So we knew several years ago that our test year would be 2022. And so we had time, as the costs were coming in January and February and March and April, to look at each month and to examine those costs. When we examined those costs, things would raise flags. We would have an account that had perhaps a very low balance where we thought it should have a more significant balance, or we would have an account that had a very high balance that we thought should have a lower balance, or we would have an account that had a donation in it, misaccounted for. I would take those amounts and refer them to the accounting department for further investigation. Often, those charges were legitimate and stayed into rates. But through the course of the year, accounting corrections were put in for many of those items.
That's fine, but it doesn't really answer the question I asked you. All I'd like to know is, if I wanted to verify that the $35,000 in donations had been taken out, where in these documents would I find that number? That's my question.
The problem is a filing doesn't have what's out of the filing. The filing has what's in the filing.
So the answer is I can't tell from the documents in this filing whether the $35,000 has been removed. I have your testimony that says it was. Is that correct?
You do.
Give me a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
Your Honor, I have another portion of, give me one moment. One more follow-up to what you had said, Ms. Colflesh. You said when an issue arises, you go to accounting to have it investigated. Is that First Energy Service Company, or Potomac Edison? Whose accounting do you go to?
It would be First Energy Service Company.
First Energy Service Company. Thank you. All right. We previously handed out one more portion of DR 1901. It is a cover page to the data response with an attachment that runs for 3 pages. And on the first page, 4 pages. The second page, which is the one I think would be helpful, has a couple of columns in it, and they're headed Oracle Credit Corporation. Do you see that?
I do.
All right. I'd like to have that marked as OPC Exhibit 8.
Exhibit 8 is marked.
I apologize, Your Honor. What was 7?
7 was the response to OPC data request 19.01 that has 2 attachments, 2-page attachments, and the vendor name on the first page is in the first line is Urban League - Akron.
Thank you, Your Honor. That was my mistake.
OPC Exhibit 8 is marked.
Yeah, I'm holding that. Give me a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Got a little bit of paper. Just getting this squared away. Give me a minute. All right, if we could take a look at what has been marked as OPC Cross Exhibit 8. And I'd like you to, let me explain what this is. This is an excerpt from Attachment B that includes entries for FERC Account 923. And specifically, although it's not indicated on this piece of paper, for the record, these are the Excel entries in rows 17061 through 17072. And they are associated with a vendor, Oracle Credit Corporation. Do you see that?
I do.
Can you tell me what is Oracle Credit Corporation?
I don't know.
You do not know. Okay. Do you see that the entries for Oracle are associated with a description, Maryland, it says Maryland, I'm sorry, if you go further over, strike that. If you go further over onto the next page, you will see that the entries are associated with a description, PE behavior-based program funding only. Do you see that?
I do.
Can you tell me what that is?
You know, I don't know, but referring back to the previous page where you were trying to read earlier, Maryland Phase 5 behavior base, from that description, I understand that that's an energy efficiency program.
Okay. Do you know what's meant by funding only?
I don't.
And if we go across to these 12 entries, to that last page of the exhibit, and I apologize for the way this is portrayed, it's the best we could do under the circumstances, you see that there are 8 entries in the identical amount of $250,276.76. You see that?
I do.
And then there seem to be 4 offsetting, which I would call debit or credit entries in the same amounts. Would that be correct?
You're correct.
Can you explain why there are only 4?
I don't know.
Would you expect that there would typically be 4 more offsetting credits to net this to 0?
I have no expectation.
Do you know whether there'll be any offsetting entries for 2023 for these accounts?
I have no expectation.
Do you know whether the PE behavior-based program is a software asset or a lease or a subscription service? What would it be?
I don't know. I do know that it's associated with the energy efficiency program.
If it were a software asset, then it would be included in intangible plant and service.
That's
Would that be
correct.
right? In intangible plant and service on Potomac Edison's books. Would that be correct?
Yes.
And if it were a lease or a subscription, it would not be included in intangible plant. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Let me show you another document. It's another data response.
Thank you.
This is a response, Ms. Colflesh, to OPC data request 18.02, and you are the sponsor. Would you take a moment to have a look at that?
Are we marking this as OPC Exhibit 9?
We are. Thank you, Your Honor. Have you had a chance to look at that?
I have.
Okay. And I realize we just got this, but I'm compelled to ask you. You stand by this response today?
I do.
Okay. So this, I think, relates to a discussion we were having a little earlier about monthly reviews. Would that
It
be right?
does.
It does. Okay. And so in this response, you're discussing certain monthly reviews that were conducted to ensure a clean test year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why were these reviews necessary?
They were not necessary. They were done to make sure that the Maryland customers received only appropriate charges. We wanted the squeakiest, cleanest test year that we could obtain.
Okay. Would you consider conducting them to be a part of prudent or good utility practice?
Yes.
And a second paragraph of their response, the one that begins the review criteria, you say they were not specific or always the same. Do you see that?
I do.
Who set the criteria?
I did.
You did. Are they qualitative or quantitative or both?
Both.
And were you responsible for making changes to them?
I was not.
Who did make changes to them?
Accounting.
And who specifically at accounting? When you say accounting?
Tracy Ashton, people under her jurisdiction,
And
her group.
this would be people at First Energy Service Company?
Yes.
Did you have to sign off on these changes?
I did not.
These criteria, were there bandwidths adopted within which there wouldn't be a change to the entry?
No. If the entry was wrong, if the entry was deemed to be wrong, it was corrected. There was no materiality thought given to it. If it was wrong, and we corrected it. Or they corrected it.
Okay. Who conducted the monthly reviews? Actually, I think you're about to answer that. Who conducted the monthly reviews?
I did.
You did.
Under the direction of Mr. Valdez.
So Mr. Valdez would review what you had done. Would that be correct?
Not always.
How often?
Mr. Valdez is a very busy man. He would review it, I would say, probably 60% of the time.
The criteria that were used, were they written down in some memo?
No.
So this was just an ad hoc review that you would do monthly. Would that be right?
That's correct.
You state in paragraph 2 of your response that there might be an issue with an entry one month, but the same issue might not recur the next month. Is that right?
Not an entry, an account.
An account. I apologize. Forgive me for my misstating. So there might be an issue with an account one month, but the same issue might not recur the next month. Is that
That's
right?
correct.
Might that be the result of a change in the criteria from one month to the next?
No, more likely it was a result of we corrected it in 1 month and then going forward it was correct.
At the beginning of the third paragraph, you state that no record of the items reviewed or corrected was maintained. You see that?
I do.
Is it typical for First Energy to make changes to accounting records without keeping a record of what was done or why?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, you said there's no record kept. There were changes made, but there was no record kept. I asked if that's typical.
I said that there was no list of the items reviewed kept.
It says no record of the items reviewed or corrected was maintained.
So if you would go to our accounting records, all of the corrections are in our accounting records. However, they would be with all other records in our accounting, all other records of corrections in our accounting, and not specific to my review. It's not a separate list, in other words, for my review.
You say at the end of the answer that often reviewed items did not require correction. Do you see that?
I do.
As no records were kept, you, I assume, can't tell me how often the reviews items did not require corrections.
I cannot.
Go back to your rebuttal at page 27 to ask you. Make sure that I understand. So even with the completion of the efforts to make this the cleanest possible test year, at the end of the line there on line 10 on page 27, or I'm sorry, lines 11 and 12, Mr. Hunt still found $22,000 in changes that were that should not have been included. Is that right?
$22,735 of things that shouldn't have been included in expenses of over $100 million.
Give me a moment, Your Honor. So going back to OPC Cross Exhibit 9, I just want to make sure I understand. Would I be correct then, you have not provided in this raid case the records that show the corrections you made as a result of these reviews, specifically?
No, I have not.
Give me a minute, Your Honor. I think I have some data responses to move into the record.
Sure.
Give me a second. One more question about Exhibit 9. The reviews that were conducted, was that every account or a sampling of accounts? How was that done?
It was every account, but it was looking for unusual or atypical activity. So if I looked at an account and it was on budget, it was consistent with charges for the prior month, the prior year, I didn't really look further to see. Yeah, I was looking for unusual items.
And then one other thing, Ms. Colflesh. You were looking for things that were unusual. This was just an eyeball thing you would do every month?
Yes, I would say that's a fair characterization.
Okay, fair enough. Handing out another discovery response, Ms. Colflesh. I'd like to have, this is the response to OPC 1801. I'd ask that it be marked as Exhibit 10.
Exhibit 10 is marked.
My only question is whether you, your answer would be the same today. I assume the
It
answer
would.
is yes, thank you. Got a couple of others. Hang on a second. There's several, Your Honor.
Sure. Thank you.
Your Honor, this is for, the document you just handed out is for a labor witness.
So if the parties will just set this to the side.
What, Your Honor, why don't we give it back and then they can pass it out again if you don't mind?
Sure,
The chances of us being able to find that later are slim to none.
sure.
This is my give back. Thank you.
So the first of these is the response to OPC 1903. I'd ask that it be marked as OPC 11.
OPC 11 is marked.
I believe this is the entire response.
It appears to be.
Oh, yeah, I think you'd answer the same if I asked you. You stand by the response.
Yes.
And the next one is a response to OPC 1905. It also has a one-page
Thank you.
attachment. Ms. Paulflesh, you are the sponsor. I assume you stand by the response
I do.
and have that marked as OPC 12.
The response to OPC 19.05 is marked as OPC Exhibit 12.
And the last in this set is the response to OPC 1906. Ms. Paulflesh, you are the sponsor and as a one-page attachment. I assume you stand by that. And I have that marked as OPC 13.
I do.
I'm sorry, there's one more. This is OPC 1907. Again, it is a response from Ms. Paulflesh. It has a one-page attachment. I would ask that it be marked as OPC 14.
The response to OPC Exhibit 19.07 is marked as OPC Exhibit 14.
And would you stand by that one, Ms. Paulflesh?
I do.
I'll make sure I've covered it. So it's 6 through 14. 5 through 14. Your Honor, that completes my questions of the witness. I'd move the admission of OPC exhibits OPC 5 through OPC 14.
No
Potomac Edison?
objection, Your Honor.
OPC Exhibits 5 through 14 are admitted into the administrative record. Does that conclude your cross?
It does.
Staff counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Paulflesh, Kenneth Albert on behalf of Commission staff.
Good morning.
Let me make sure I'm talking into the microphone better. If I refer you to rebuttal testimony, page 3, lines 2 to 3. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
You state that offering competitive compensation packages, including SERPs, is vital to encourage the loyalty of the companies and the First Energy's most valued key executives. Now, SERP is the Supplemental Executive Retirement Plan, correct?
Yes.
I want to distribute an excerpt from the Commission's decision in the prior rate case on this issue, the SERP issue, that is.
Thank you.
You turn to page 42,
I'm there.
middle of the page, commission decision.
Just a second, Mr. Albert.
Sure.
So what you handed out is, it's a selection from Maryland Public Service Commission, order number 89072, mail log 224417. And it's the cover page of that order and then pages 39 through 42 of that order. Is that right?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And are you intending to mark this?
Does it, I guess my question, does it need to be marked given it's a commission decision?
Are you asking for it to be marked or not asking?
No, no need to mark it, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yeah, being that it's a commission decision.
okay, go ahead.
And I would, on page 42, under the heading Commission Decision, Commission says the Commission has consistently held the ratepayers should not pay for pension benefits for company executives beyond the IRS limits. The company has not provided any evidence that would support revising Commission precedent on it. I'm sorry. The company has not provided any evidence that would support revising Commission precedent on this matter. End sentence. Accordingly, the Commission will disallow 100% of SERP expenses in this case. SERP being S-E-R-P, as in Sam. Now, the Commission clearly rejected in the prior rate case the recovery of the SERP costs, as indicated in that paragraph.
It was disallowed.
Though nowhere did the Commission say PE is barred from continuing to grant, if that's the right word, to offer or grant SERPs to its employees, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Now, roughly what percentage of employees at First Energy, including, of course, PE, receive SERP?
I don't know the answer.
And what do you know the range of the salaries of the people at either at First Energy, including its subsidiaries, receive SERP?
I don't.
Now, refer you to rebuttal at page 7.
I'm there.
Lines 4 to 6. Starting in lines, the third word in on line 4 would be, moreover, if the Commission would do away with its STIP and LTIP, it would not do away with the cost. Instead, it would have to compensate its workers in the form of higher base salaries. Now, STIP is what, short-term incentive plan?
Yes, I believe you misstated in that line. It says if the company, and you read it as if the Commission.
Oh, sorry, thank you. Yeah, if the company would do away with its STIP. So STIP is, or called it STIP, the short-term incentive plan.
Correct.
And LTIP is the long-term incentive plan.
Correct.
So this statement reflects that when you're dealing with your employees and compensation, it's a package of course, the base salary, but there can also be other aspects of it. There could be bonuses, incentive plans, and other ways of compensation. So there are different parts. That is, the statement you're saying is if we didn't do an incentive plan, for whatever reason, we could respond and sort of offset that lost value, that is the fact that there's not an incentive plan, by upping the base salaries, correct?
That's what I say, yes.
And I assume the same thing could happen with the SERP. Again, it's part of a comprehensive compensation plan. Okay. Now let's sort of now transition to the incentive pay issue, the LTIP, STIP. If you look in that commission decision I handed out on page 40, under the heading Commission Decision, and I'll read from there, the Commission is not directing Potomac Edison to discontinue its incentive programs. the financial goals of these programs appear to benefit the company's shareholders. However, the Commission is charged with determining which expenses should reasonably be passed on to ratepayers, and the Commission will continue to disallow costs associated with financial-related goals as not benefiting ratepayers. Given that staff's adjustment most accurately reflected Commission policy on this issue, the Commission adopts staff's adjustment. And staff's adjustment was to disallow the portion of the incentives that were tied to financial goals. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I could have marked as Staff Exhibit 1. This is a document that was provided by PE in response to Staff Data Request 23-4.
Thank you.
Mr. Albert, when you get close to your microphone, will you restate in what data request response this was provided?
Yes, Your Honor. This was provided by PE in response to Staff Data Request 23-4.
Thank you. Staff Exhibit 1 is marked.
Ms. Colfax, do you recognize this document?
I do.
And this is indeed the First Energy Incentive Compensation Plan, correct?
Yes.
Now, if you look on, let's see, page A14, A is in apple 14, we're going to focus on Article 13, which is labeled Performance Measures. Are you there?
I am.
Okay, you know, a lot of long list of factors, roughly 60. I think I counted it exactly as 57, but if you back out, one criteria is generation outage duration, which obviously Potomac Edison does not have generation, so it's roughly 60 criteria here. And these are the criteria that First Energy is applying in determining incentive pay, correct?
That's incorrect.
That's what, incorrect?
Incorrect.
Can you correct where I'm wrong?
On Article 13.1 here, it says a non-exhaustive list of performance measures that could be used. It does not say that they are being used.
Is it your understanding that they're not? What is your understanding of how these are applied in practice by First Energy?
I don't think all 60 of them are applied in practice.
But they,
I think there are things that could be applied, but I don't believe that all 60 of these are used in calculating incentive compensation.
when you say you don't believe, do you know firsthand how that process works in terms of which of these criteria they are applying and which they're not applying?
I do not.
So you wouldn't know how they weight, of these roughly 60 criteria, you would not know how they weight one versus the other.
I would not.
Now, has any PE witness provided that information? That is how these factors are weighted?
Could you tell me who responded to the interrogatory?
I honestly don't know. But yeah, I do not know that. But
I
to
do
your
not
knowledge,
know
that's to
either.
your knowledge. So you don't know
I
if
do
anyone
not.
has that. Okay. Now, just looking at these criteria. For example, if you look at essentially the first 12 criteria, letters A through L, those are all financial criteria, dealing with earnings, correct? Right, those are all financial criteria that deal with earnings. Net earnings or net income before or after taxes is factor A, factor B. is income. I can go down the list, but it's right there. I mean, I'm looking again.
Earnings and cash flow.
Okay. Now, obviously, this means that earnings are driven in part by the utilities rate base. In a rate case here, we refer to the rate of return or the return on equity as the profit, the earnings that the company gets above its base expenses, correct?
The earnings on rate base are earnings on investment, not on expenses.
Okay, well, yes, but the expense being the capital expenditures, for example. Let's focus on that first. That's what goes into rate base, correct?
In service, plant in service, not just capital expenditures. I mean, you're talking about used and useful plant in service. That's what's in rate base.
That is in what's rate base. So obviously, the higher the rate, the amount of used and useful plant, the higher the rate base, the higher the earnings the company has, correct?
Correct.
Now I'll turn you to a now those financial incentives, at least again focusing just on the words here, they're not tied to any customer benefit or improvement in reliability, correct? I mean, for example, it says, looking at A, net earnings or net income before or after taxes. It does not say, follow with, that is tied to improvement in reliability or other operational benefits. I mean, this just, as a standalone criteria, focuses exclusively on financial factors, correct?
Well, a well-run utility will have better earnings, and a well-run utility will benefit customers.
That's right, but we were talking before also things like CapEx, capital expenditures, also are another factor that can improve earnings as well, correct?
But appropriately and well-planned capital expenditures are a mark of a well-run utility, and they benefit customers.
But this does not tie, I mean, I appreciate your point if it's a well-run utility, but this does not have a sort of well-run utility condition on it. It simply says improvement of earnings without tying it to a prudency or a operational benefit or sort of a benefit-cost ratio is something we see, you know, where you compare the benefits to the cost. That's not explicit in these criteria, correct?
No, this is just a list.
Okay. Now, turn to one of the factors here that, let's see, this is on factor X, as in Xerox. No, excuse me. Yes, I'm sorry, it is there. X, aggregate product price and other product price measures. Now, the product of your utility, at least in this rate case, of course, is your distribution and sales service, correct?
I don't know what that means.
Okay. Now I'm going to now ask to be marked for identification the short-term incentive plan. I'll refer to as STIP.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Albert, are you marking this as exhibit, as
Yes.
staff exhibit 2?
Yes, it's staff exhibit 2. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
I I would turn you, again, this was provided in response to staff data request 23-4. I refer you to bottom of page 1 under key performance indicators, KPIs. And there it says the corporate performance goals consist of First Energy's KPIs, operating earnings, First Energy cash flow, collectively the financial KPIs, and safety as measured by the corporate or business unit, life-changing events, and days away, restricted or job transfer rate, DART. You see that?
I do.
Now, again, I would ask the same question with respect to long-term incentive. Do you know how the weighting of financial, this does mention, of course, financial factors, operating earnings,
It does.
and it does mention safety, obviously a non-financial. Do you have any idea of the weighting of these financial versus safety goals?
I don't.
Your Honor, that's all staff has. Thank you, Ms. Colflesh.
Thank you.
Is staff moving for the admission of
Yes,
staff
I'm sorry.
exhibits
We
1
had
and 2?
staff Exhibit 1 is the long-term incentive plan, and staff Exhibit 2 is the short-term incentive plan, the two documents I distributed. We had asked those be admitted into the record.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Staff exhibits 1 and 2 are admitted. Walmart,
No questions, Your Honor.
redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, one line. Ms. Colflesh, could you please find in the papers you have there, OPC Exhibit 8? And so that is your response. The first page of it is your response, text response to OPC 19.01. And then it's got 4 pages attached to it, and you were asked some questions about the second page of the attachment, Oracle Credit Corporation, and then the numbers that are on the 4th page of the attachment. Let me know when you have that,
I have it.
and you remember being asked those questions and
I do.
the answers you gave. All right. And remind us, please, the information that's on pages 2, 3, and 4, that is with respect to Form 1 data?
Yes.
Okay. So you explained to Mr. Strauss and to all of us how total company expenses are then have to be parsed down to get to what's sought in base rates. You remember giving us that explanation?
I do.
And even in Maryland, in rates in Maryland, is there another way for costs to be recovered if those costs are associated with the Empower Maryland program?
Objection, Your Honor. I didn't mention Empower Maryland in my comments.
I'm going to allow the question.
Yes, the Maryland Empower program is recovered through a surcharge, not in base rates.
And am I right in remembering that in response to Mr. Strauss's question about what Oracle Credit Corporation is, what these behavior program expenses are, you said you believe they were Empower Maryland costs?
I
don't
do
believe
believe
she-
they are.
I don't believe she said that.
Mr. Trout, I took notes. She said energy efficiency program.
I apologize, Your Honor. Is Empower Maryland the energy efficiency program?
Yes, Empower Maryland is.
All right. So if I use the term Empower Maryland, you understand that I'm referring to the commission-authorized energy efficiency programs in Maryland?
I do.
And tell us again, how are the costs for those recovered?
Through a
Again, I object.
surcharge.
Overruled. Go ahead.
And is the surcharge part of what the company is seeking in base rates in this case?
No, it is not.
So, assuming you're correct in identifying these as energy efficiency costs, are any dollars reflected in OPC Exhibit 8 being sought in this base rate case?
They are not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Are there energy efficiency programs that are in base rates?
Not in Maryland.
So, Mr. Trout just asked you some questions, and I think you said they were based on Exhibit 9, but I believe they were based on Exhibit 8.
Oh, I apologize, Your Honor.
No, I just wanted to clear it up for the record. But there was an Exhibit 9, and it didn't have attachments. It was your response to OPC Exhibit 18.02, where you explained how you reviewed the files
Yes.
monthly. And it sounds like you went above and beyond to try to make sure things were correct. And I think what some of the witnesses for the other parties, I think what they're trying to do is go above and beyond to make sure that only the expenses that should be in this rate case are in this rate case. And I see here where it says there was no record of items reviewed or corrected, no record was maintained. However, you've testified that these costs are not being sought for recovery in this case. And you know that somehow. You know that by looking at your computer. You know, you don't just remember those reviews that you did monthly. Am I right?
So the costs that Mr. Hunt pointed out, I specifically went back and looked up to make sure that they weren't in there. I didn't have a list to refer to. I didn't remember that every single one was corrected. But because he provided a list of things that he wanted to throw out, I could go and look at specific, with the help of accounting, because I'm a rates person, I'm not an accountant. We could go back and we could research those specific items.
Okay. So your response to OPC data request 18.02 was not intended to mean I can't prove a negative and there are no records.
That's true.
Okay. Are you able to provide proof that the costs specified by Mr. Hunt are not contained within this case?
It's kind of convoluted because Mr. Hunt's going by a vendor. And so we make a payment. I make a payment to a vendor. I find out I booked that to the wrong account. I don't get that payment back from the vendor and then reissue that. I make a correction that's kind of not tied to that vendor name. The accountants would move the costs, okay, but it's not going to have on that movement. For example, they might have found 10 different donations that shouldn't have been there, and they total $10,000. They would move the $10,000, and there might be backup attached to that in a file somewhere that shows here's what made up that $10,000. But to query the system and see that that $10,000 is this 10 items by vendor name, it isn't possible. So you can get there, but it requires some research and looking. But I mean, we could prove the specific amounts that Mr. Hunt. We could prove that, but it would not be as straightforward as every line. There's a correction for every line that he's citing. Do you understand what I mean?
Oh, I understand exactly what you mean. I don't have any more questions for you. Thank you for your testimony today. Mr. Trout.
Your Honor, I have no questions based on yours, but I want to thank you again for correcting the exhibit number mistake that I made.
I am not going to issue a bench data request based off of OPC Exhibits 5 through 14. However, I will remind Potomac Edison that it has the burden of proof in this matter. So should Potomac Edison make a motion to have some additional evidence, I will consider that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next witness. Is the next witness our virtual witness? Okay. We can go off the record. I sent a link to counsel for Potomac Edison this morning for a Zoom call. Was that provided to the witness? Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute recess while we get the next witness up and running. So it's going to be on that screen over there. And hopefully, fingers crossed, the sound is going to work. Okay, so that should be all. Yeah. It is possible, if the sound doesn't work, that the person who is asking the questions of the witness will have to stand in front of that, like, see that little lip and it's over here. Oh, this, right? Yeah, that just isn't turned on yet. I'm sorry? Yeah, this is good. Lions. Timothy S. Yes, I won't start till you get back. Mr. Lyons, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you well. Staff counsel. Mr. Greger, can you speak into your mic? Is it turned?
Can you hear me now?
Mr. Lyons, were you able to hear that last person?
Yes, I am. Sounds like there's a little bit of an echo. Yes.
It may be because some folks in the back of the room are talking. I'm just trying to make sure that the microphones are going to. If at any time you don't hear us, I'll have counsel stand a little bit closer to the other microphone that we're using. So please feel free to be informal and just let me know, okay?
Great, thank you.
Okay.
You're on.
Yes.
It may also be that multiple microphones in this room are going to cause that feedback, so you probably need to make sure only one mic is on at any given time.
Yeah, I'm going to try to do that. It's, I think it might be my mic, and I have to rule on objections because I have a microphone here. So we're going to try to make it work. Mr. Lyons, I'm going to disconnect my microphone for just a moment while we finish this break.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's because I lowered it a little. And now
We can go back on the record. So I see two microphones over there by Potomac Edison. Are they both on?
Your Honor, does that work? That should be on.
Is that microphone turned off? It's off. Okay, good. Okay, so we're going to try to see if this technology works for us. If this technology does not work for anyone, please feel free to let me know. We will try to monkey around and get some kind of other solution. This is a little bit new to us here too. Okay, so witness Lyons, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. And can everyone hear this witness?
Yes.
Madam Co-Reporter, can you hear that witness? Okay. Potomac Edison, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Lauren Lepkowski on behalf of the company, and the company calls Timothy Lyons to the stand.
So I think since this is a virtual witness, even though the attorneys are here, I think you have to make a certification. Do you know what that is?
I have not done that for virtual.
Mr. Lyons, is there anyone else in the room with you?
No, there isn't.
Okay. If that changes during your testimony, please let me know.
I will.
Okay, thank you. We'll just do it that way.
Okay.
Mr. Lyons, will you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Can you state your first and last name and spell it for the court reporter, please? You can put your hand down.
Timothy Lyons, TimothyLyons.
Thank you. Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Lyons.
Good morning.
Can you please state your business address for the record?
Yes, it's 3 Speen Street, Speen Street, Suite 150 in Framingham, Massachusetts.
And by whom are you employed and what capacity?
Scott Madden, and I'm a partner.
And do you have before you a document entitled The Direct Testimony of Timothy S. Lyons, consisting of 12 pages and 3 exhibits?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as PE Exhibit 27.
Potomac Edison Exhibit 27 is marked.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Lyons, do you also have before you a document entitled The Supplemental Testimony of Timothy S. Lyons, consisting of 3 pages and 3 updated exhibits?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I would like to mark this as PE Exhibit 28.
PE Exhibit 28 is marked.
Thank you. And Mr. Lyons, do you also have before you a document entitled The Rebuttal Testimony of Timothy S. Lyons, consisting of 17 pages and 0 exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as PE Exhibit number 29.
PE Exhibit 29 is marked.
And Mr. Lyon, were these testimonies prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, they were.
And do you have any corrections, additions, or deletions to your testimonies?
No, I do not.
And if I asked you the same questions today that are contained in your direct, supplemental, and rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And are the testimonies true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, we respectfully move PE Exhibits number 27, 28, and 29 into the record.
Any objection? Potomac Edison Exhibits 27, 28, and 29 are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness is now available for cross-examination.
Department of Defense, MEA, Office of People's Counsel.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Lyons. Can you
Good
hear
morning.
me? Yes, you can. Yes. So I just have a few questions for you. So I'm first going to refer to Exhibit TSL3 of your May 2023 Supplemental Direct Testimony, page 2 of 27 of that exhibit. And if you're looking at a PDF, that would be PDF page 133 of 251.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. The line just above the bottom line is labeled total monthly customer charge. Can you please explain what that line represents?
I'm sorry, I must have the wrong. This is what was on the May filing?
This was the supplemental direct, and it was multiple PE witnesses compiled into one PDF. And this would be, sorry.
Exhibit 3, and what was the page number?
Page 2 of 27. That looks like that's a 27-page exhibit. And if you're going by the numbers on the PDF on the right-hand column of the Adobe, it would be page 133 of 251.
So page 2 of 27, exhibit TSL3, the May update. I'm there.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you would look at that second from the last line to the bottom, total monthly customer charge. Can you please explain what that line represents?
To just make sure I'm looking at the right number, so for the Schedule R residential, it's $7.66.
Yes, that's
Is
correct.
that correct?
Yes.
So what that represents is the customer-related costs that are identified above. So the cost of services, investment, meter and installation, and then the carrying cost associated with that, and then the O&M expenses related to customers as well, the meter, the maintenance of the meter, miscellaneous distribution, customer assistance, and so forth. So it's an entire group of customer-related costs. It totals up 23 million. You then divide it by the number of bills that are in the test year, and you get the 766. So it represents a monthly customer-related cost.
Okay. And I believe you stated that for Schedule R, which would represent residential customers, the amount that you calculated is $7.67. Is that correct?
66 cents, yes.
Okay. Now I'm looking at what I'm looking at has 7.67. Where do you see 7?
In the May update, so I'm looking at the May update, and that has the 766. I believe the original filing had 767, and the difference was just some minor changes in the cost of service.
Okay. Okay. Court's indulgence, Your Honor.
Mr. Lyons, is the date on your document May 16th?
It is, yes.
Okay, thank you. I apologize, and I was looking at the March filing. I apologize. So the March filing has $7.67. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the May filing has $7.66. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and the line immediately below that, what does that line represent?
That represents the customer charge that the company is proposing in this rate case.
Okay, and can you explain the difference between that charge and the charge that the company calculated?
It was simply a rounded number. So it was, rather than proposing a charge of $7.66, it was just rounded up to $8, just so that it's a whole number that's being reflected on the customer charge.
So the company is proposing to charge, in this case, residential customers more due to rounding. Is that the reason?
A whole number, yes.
Okay. Now, this calculation is based on the company's proposed use of the zero intercept method. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then taking the Schedule R figure of $7.66, which would represent the residential rate class, is that right?
Yes.
How does that number change under the alternative model that does not use a zero intercept approach?
It would decrease.
Okay.
So most of these components would remain the same. So the service costs, the meter installation, meter reading, customer assistance, all of those expenses would stay the same. The only change would be on the 588, which is the miscellaneous distribution. So the distribution plan under the company's proposed, with a zero intercept, the company's proposed cost of service, that distribution plan is apportioned between customer and demand. If it were all apportioned to demand, then that number would go down. And the reason for that is that there would be no facilities that would be assigned to the customer component, and therefore, because distribution costs are a function of those facilities, those distribution costs wouldn't be assigned to customer as well.
Okay, but you would agree that the alternative model would result in a lower customer charge. Is that accurate?
It
For
would
resident, and let
result-
me clarify that. I apologize. You agree that the alternative model would result in a lower customer charge for residential customers than the zero intercept approach. Is that correct?
It would result in a lower customer cost, yes.
Okay, and we slightly addressed this before. You have explained the difference between the $7.66 for residential customers and the $8 that the company proposes to charge residential customers. And I would ask, why do you think it's appropriate to increase the fixed distribution charge on Schedule R for residential customers to a level that is above what the cost of service indicates, both under the company's proposed zero intercept method and the alternative method?
Well, the customer costs that are reflected on this schedule is what's sometimes referred to as the basic customer costs. So these are the direct services and meters and mains and so forth, just what I went through. What it doesn't reflect is all of the kind of non-direct costs associated with customers. So for example, a portion of your A&G would be, or a portion of general plan would be assigned to the customer component as well in an indirect allocator. And so the kind of the actual cost or the fully allocated customer cost would actually be higher than the 766. So the fact that it's simply being rounded up from the 766 to the $8, it still would fall short of what the fully allocated customer cost would be.
Did you provide any calculations regarding the fully allocated costs in your testimony?
Yeah, in the cost of service schedules in Exhibit 2 and then in Exhibit 4, there are some calculations that are in there that look at what the fully allocated cost, customer demand and energy costs would be.
And did you explain in your testimony, did you explain this in your testimony except for simply stating rounding and on the very last line of that page 2 of the schedule that we previously discussed?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And is it accurate to say that given the cost of service results, the alternative cost of service results, and your proposed $8 fixed distribution charge, that if this charge was approved by the commission, lower usage customers would be paying, well, actually, I'm going to strike that. I apologize.
To just respond to the earlier,
Mr. Lyons,
And I'm sorry, you have
the-
to just
the-
wait until I ask a question. I'm
the
sorry.
attorney withdrew her question. If you'll just hold on for her to ask her next question.
Is there a reason why the number needs to be a whole number? The customer charge number?
no particular reason. It's sometimes easier from a customer standpoint to see a whole number charge rather than kind of a 0.66 or 0.67 charge. Sometimes just from a rate administration, customer communication standpoint, sometimes easier to have a whole number.
And it was rounded up and not rounded down. Is that accurate?
Yes, it was.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
Staff?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Lyons. This is James Greger with staff.
Good morning.
Just a few questions. I think OPC touched on most of what I wanted to talk about, but just in regards to your class cost of service testimony, some foundational questions. The company provided 2 class cost of service studies, correct? The zero-intercept method and then the alternative proposal?
That's correct.
And the only difference between these 2 studies is that the company's proposed zero-intercept study classifies accounts 364 through 368 as both customer and demand related, while the alternative study, it's only demand related, correct?
That's correct.
And just to make sure what we're talking about, FERC accounts 364 through 368, those include things like poles, lines, or not meters, but conduits, stuff like that?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And the company's proposed study uses the zero-intercept method. I'm sorry, one second. No, I'm sorry, I withdraw that. So I guess my question is, would you agree that the distribution system is designed to meet demand constraints and not necessarily simply the number of customers on a given service territory?
No, I think that's the basis behind running the zero-intercept method and apportioning those accounts 364 through 368 on a customer and demand basis. The system is designed for 2 things. It's to provide access to customers of the electric grid, and secondly, as you say, it's there to serve the demand. So there's 2 components, and there's a number of authorities, including NARUC, that kind of point to those 2 functions for those particular accounts.
I see. But you would agree that, generally speaking, the greater number of customers, the more demand there would be on a distribution system, correct?
Yes, an increase in the number of customers, all of the things the same, as long as they have a connected load associated with it, yes, would increase the load on the system.
Okay, but there would be other factors that would increase demand, not necessarily just the number of customers on the system. Is that also accurate?
Sure, you could have an industry, for example, that's increasing, adding a new line, or a customer that's adding some new operations that would increase demand as well. So, yes.
Okay, thank you. I guess one final clarifying question in regards to your rate design. I can reference page 11 of your rebuttal testimony, figure 4. I would start on line 10. It's the comparison of the company and the staff URORs.
Yes, figure 4 on page 11, correct?
Yes. Did you use the company's proposed zero-intercept class cost of service to guide your how you develop your URORs for this table?
No. So this was done to provide an apples-to-apples comparison between what staff had done for their analysis and what the company had done. And so the 2 significant changes here that we made to just have that apples-to-apples comparison is, 1, we use staff's revenue requirement, and secondly, we use their rate base and class revenue requirements, which included the alternative, or was based on the alternative study, not the zero-intercept study. So it's just
Hold on,
simply an apples-to-apples
Mr. Lyons, hold on one second. So, anyone else who has their mic on, except for... Okay, Mr. Lyons, we had feedback. You're going to have to start over with that answer. I apologize. That's awful. But and we're all turning off our mics except for the one mic. So hopefully you remember the question and your answer, and go ahead.
So let me just phrase what I understand the question to be. On figure 4, page 11 of my rebuttal testimony, the question was this based on under the company section, was this based on the zero-intercept study? And the answer is that it wasn't. There are two fundamental assumptions that we made in putting together this figure. One was it was based on staff's revenue requirement, and the second, it was based on their class revenues, which is based on the alternative cost of service study. The reason that we did that was to provide for an apples-to-apples comparison in terms of the staff methodology versus the company's methodology. Of course, if we relax both of those assumptions, if we use the company's revenue requirement, if we use the zero-intercept, all of these numbers on under the company would change significantly, and it would be a different exhibit altogether. But the point here was to try and do an apples-to-apples comparison.
Understood. Thank you. That's all the questions I had. Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm assuming you have questions.
I don't.
Oh, you don't?
No,
Okay.
I do not.
I was going to switch the camera so you were actually on it.
No cross for Walmart.
Okay, Walmart does not have any cross. Potomac Edison?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lyons, that's all we have for you today. I appreciate you showing up virtually and hope everyone in your family is feeling well. And
Appreciate
we'll see you next time.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Potomac Edison, you can call your next witness, and I think everyone can turn their mics on now. If you want. You don't have to.
Thank you, Your Honor. Christopher Gunderson on behalf of Potomac Edison. Potomac Edison calls to the stand John J. Spanos.
You raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
You can sit down. Can you state your first and last name and spell it for the court reporter, please?
John J. Spanos, S, P as in Paul, A-N-O-S.
I have been saying your name wrong for years. I apologize. Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Spanos, do you have before you a document entitled The Direct Testimony of John J. Spanos, consisting of 38 pages and 3 exhibits?
I do.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to have Mr. Spanos' direct testimony marked as Potomac Edison Exhibit 30.
Thirty is marked.
Thank you. And do you also have before you a document entitled the Supplemental Direct Testimony of John J. Spanos, consisting of 3 pages and 2 exhibits?
I do.
Your Honor, I would like to have Mr. Spanos' supplemental direct testimony marked as Potomac Edison Exhibit 31.
31 is marked.
And lastly, do you have before you a document entitled the Rebuttal Testimony of John J. Spanos, consisting of 32 pages and no exhibits?
I do.
And Your Honor, I would like to have Mr. Spanos' rebuttal testimony marked as Potomac Edison Exhibit 32.
32 is marked.
Mr. Spanos, were these testimonies prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
And do you have any corrections to your testimonies?
I have one. In my rebuttal testimony on page 20, line 18 and 19, the words "and 75-R4" needs to be excluded. So the last sentence on that page should now read, OPC proposed a longer average lives by 10 years with the 80-R4 survivor curve.
Thank you. And with that correction, if I asked you the same questions today that are contained in your direct, supplemental direct, and rebuttal testimonies, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And so are the testimonies true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, we respectfully move for the entry into the record of Potomac Edison Exhibits 30, 31, and 32.
Mr. Spanos, with regards to your correction on page 20 of your rebuttal testimony, line 18 and 19, I'm crossing off and 75-R4, correct?
That's correct.
Any objection to the introduction of Potomac Edison Exhibits 30, 31, and 32? 30, 31, and 32 are admitted.
All right, Mr. Spanos is available for cross-examination.
Department of Defense, MEA, OPC.
See you again.
Good morning.
And I hope you had a good trip here.
I did, thank you.
Somewhere in your testimony, you say that because of certain things that this particular depreciation case is may be less contentious than previous ones. Is that right? Because I agree.
I do remember referencing that. Is there somewhere specific you'd like me to
No,
go to?
no. I just want to know if you don't. If you.
I think there are, excuse me, there are certain components of the depreciation studies that I view likely to be less contentious. Not, they're still contentious, but less contentious than others.
And I agree. All right. If you would go to your direct at page 5.
I am on page 5.
Thank you. If you start at line 2, the question is, are your proposed depreciation rates consistent with Commission precedent as it applies to Potomac Edison? And your answer is yes, correct?
Well, I say a little bit more than yes there.
Oh, I'm going to go further.
But I think the key component of my response or my question and answer here is there are precedents in related to net salvage that are in Maryland that are different than all other states.
Yes, and we're going to get to that, so it's okay. And then well, let's just go to your second sentence. You say that your proposed depreciation rates use the same methods for estimating service lives, net salvage, and calculating depreciation for the original cost of plant that has been used in previous depreciation studies. Correct?
You did read that correctly.
Okay. And for net salvage, the proposed depreciation rates are based on the Maryland present value method using and I'm going to spell that out for the court reporter, the credit adjusted risk-free rate, which is called, for the remainder of the testimony, a CARFR, which is capital C, it's all caps, CARFR. So maybe or Mr. Spanos will use the full term, or we'll say CARFR. And is that okay, Madam Reporter? Oh, sorry. Well, this is what I'm saying. Has the net salvage method been an issue in previous cases before the commission? And you say yes. And you still, and I'm skipping over here, but you still have many concerns for the continued use of the Maryland present value method. Is that right?
I do. I explained that
Yes.
the traditional method is the more appropriate and consistent with almost all other states across the country, and also the methodology for the credit adjusted risk-free rate is something that's more common today than some of the other deferral methods that are being recommended.
Okay. And for the purposes just of this case, you are, with all those concerns that you have expressed throughout your testimony, you still have all those concerns, correct?
I do.
Okay. But for the purposes of this testimony in the jurisdiction of the Maryland Commission, you have accepted the Maryland, or you have applied the Maryland present value method for estimating the cost of the future cost of negative net salvage. Did I say that right?
You stated the position correctly. I think it's important to understand that in agreeing with this particular methodology for this particular jurisdiction, it also means the average service lives that I've recommended need to be applied. It would not be the case if we were applying average service lives from others, because that extends the lives of assets inappropriately and then defers it even further. So because of that, you have to put that into context as to what I'm agreeing to.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to sort of do this in probably, I'm going to talk about some other things, but I may focus in reverse and talk about the
You have to speak directly into the microphone, unfortunately.
Sorry, I'll work on that.
So I'm
It's
going to
clear that
talk.
people can't hear me.
No, it might help if you put it, since you're gonna be
Yeah,
facing the witness,
that's-
you put it on the other side.
That's what I was going to do.
Whatever you wanna do.
Now, when we use the term here of future cost of negative net salvage, for the purposes of the current day, what we're really talking about is removal, the cost of removal of long-lived utility plant. Is that roughly correct?
Well, net salvage has two components: the cost of removal that will happen at the end of life, as well as the gross salvage or scrap value that will happen at the end of life. So when you determine a net salvage component, it is to recover the entire value at its end of life. So yes, it includes what the future expectation would be of those costs, but it must include the entire life cycle of the asset. So it's for cost removal and gross salvage. That's what the definition of net salvage.
Okay, and I know they're always used together, but the calculation, and if you don't mind, given your caution about the thing, if you don't mind, I use the cost of removal, but subject to your caveat that you said just now. It's not really depreciation. It's a part of it's the end of depreciation, but cost of removal is not itself depreciation. It's what you have to do at the end of depreciation. Would that be a fair characteristic?
No, I won't. I don't agree to that. Depreciation, and the definition of depreciation, is the recovery of the service value systematically and rationally over the life of the asset. It does happen that the cost of removal and gross salvage occurs at the end, but you still need to accrue for it during the life of that asset. So depreciation includes not only the life component, but also the net salvage component, all of that. It's not, you can't segregate the two and say depreciation only applies to life while the asset's in service, and net salvage is at the end because of the fact it happens at the end. And I think that's a distinction that's important to understand here.
In your pre-file direct testimonies, as well as that of staff witness James Garin and OPC witness David Garrett, all of you have separate sections after discussing service lives for how you treat net salvage, estimate the future cost of net salvage, or end up cost of removal. Is that correct?
There are some life differences or average service life survivor curve differences that each of us have. And on the net salvage side, we all, in this particular case, have agreed to use the present value method. However, there are some differences. I and staff have used a 5.93.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just meant generally. There's part one, where everybody talks about the service lives, all the experts, and then part two, where everybody talks and deals with cost of removal. It doesn't mean that they're not related. It just means that in part one, it's service lives and the definition of depreciation, et cetera. And then everybody has a part two, which relates to part one, but the part two is generally talking about how you calculate and what you do for the estimation of future net salvage or cost of removal. That's all I was asking about in just the framework.
Well, I think that is generally, it's very difficult to deviate the two components, and that's why I tried to explain that, because the net salvage components have to be reflected with the life component because of the fact that you understand how long the assets are going to stay in service and then how much that end-of-life component on the net salvage side will be affected. So that's why it's very hard to segregate it in the fashion that you were trying to. You have to bring them both together.
All right. I think I better be more specific because it's a simple. In your table of contents, in your direct, and these are Roman numerals. The first one is introduction. The second one is purpose of testimony. The third one is depreciation concepts. And then Roman numeral 4 is depreciation study. Roman numeral 5 is net salvage methodology. All I was really saying, or trying to say, is that you have a section, Roman numeral 4, entitled depreciation study, and Roman numeral 5, net salvage methodology. I'm just saying that's how you broke it down in your testimony, in your table of contents. That's all.
That's correct, but I was just clarifying the depreciation study in part 4 is not just the life component. That's what I was trying to.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm not
Very
trying
good.
to be contentious. I'm just setting it up. That's all.
Very good. Thank you.
I'll even tell you when something's contentious. How about that?
That's great. I appreciate that.
And on page 7 of your direct, you have a definition, well, 6 and 7 of depreciation, and the one that you use, the two, or the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, which in abbreviation is all caps, FERC, and it's pronounced FERC, and the American Institute of Certified Public Accounts, which the acronym is AICPA. Is there a pronunciation for that, like FERC?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm just saying
I don't reference it as
AICPA.
an acronym too often.
Right. I'm sorry, my fault. Please.
I haven't necessarily referenced that as with an acronym, so I don't have.
I'm going to have to spell it out. I don't know. All right, and the definition that FERC gives, this is the standard definition of depreciation that, as far as I know, every depreciation for regulated utility companies relies on and uses. Is that correct? Or they should?
I think that's an accurate statement. I can't speak for others, but I know that myself, my firm, and others that I'm associated with use that as a definition.
Okay, and you also, well, let me ask you this then. In this case, did staff witness Garin and OPC witness Garrett, this definition is in their testimonies too, correct?
I'll have to double check, but I believe it's the same definition based on my experience with them.
You can do subject to check, to whichever.
I'm
Okay.
comfortable with that.
And
response.
you then have a definition of service life on line 15, and the answer that you give is the term service life refers to amount of time that an asset is providing utility service or the period of time an asset is in service. That's what you wrote, right?
That is lines 16, 17, and then I defined service life again more formally in lines 20 to 22.
Yeah, we're getting there. Don't worry.
We're good.
And as you said, FERC defines service life as follows. Service life, this is line 20, means the time between the date electric plant is includable in electric plant in service or electric plant leased to others and the date of its retirement. Is that correct? Is that what you wrote?
That is correct.
Okay. And then I'm just making sure before I go on to the definitions. At line 25, you ask what is service value, and you say that it's as defined by FERC, it's the difference between the original cost and the net salvage value of electric plant, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then we get to net salvage, which you had already discussed a bit, but I'm only going to go to the page 8. I'm just going to go understanding. Well, I'll do this instead. We kind of discussed it, but net salvage represents the cost to retire an asset as well as any residual value of the asset at the end of its service life. The FERC definition is that net salvage value means the service salvage value of property retired less the cost of removal, and net salvage is described as positive net salvage if the salvage value exceeds removal cost, and described as negative net salvage if removal costs exceed the salvage value. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay, and then the last sentence is,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of reading. Mr. Spanos' testimony is in the record. It's unnecessary to read his testimony back into the record.
there's,
If he has questions about the testimony, Mr. Spanos is available to take those questions.
Do you have a question about these sections of testimony that you're?
yes, I'm laying a foundation, Your Honor, for future questions, and I have to. But I'm skipping. I'm not reading every line. These are just the concepts that I believe I need to lay a foundation for in the record for the questions that are going to follow. I'm not going to be reading every page or every line. These are the main concepts. And this is actually, the net salvage is actually the last concept that I'm going to inquire about, I think.
I think it's perfectly fine to point Mr. Spanos to where the question is derived from, but just reading the testimony is just going to take a lot of time.
Your Honor, it's been standard to read testimony or have the witness read the testimony, but I'm trying to read it simply to get through it quicker. But I assure you that I'm not going to do that through whatever 80 pages of testimony. I'm just laying a foundation for future.
Okay, Mr. Alexander, I think you just said you have one more section to point the witness to, so
Yes,
go ahead and point to that
it's
one
the-
section, and then you can move on to your questions.
Yes, and it's just simply the last sentence on page 8. I'm sorry, last question. It's in that same paragraph, lines 6 through 8. And I'm just going to read your line, and please tell me if I've read it accurately. It is common in utility operation for the cost of removal, which you say is also referred to as the cost of retirement, to exceed any salvage value at the end of an asset's life, and thus net salvage is often a negative amount. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so in this case, we're basically talking about negative net salvage, correct?
Yes, I think that's pretty common in the industry.
Yes. I don't think there's any disagreement about from the experts on that. And then on the next page on 10, you talk about depreciation methods. And then you talk about depreciation procedures and the technique. I'm only going to ask you from on 10 lines 11 to 16, you say there were 3 general categories of depreciation methods. One is called the straight line. And the straight line is when costs are allocated ratably or an equal amount to each period to be. Oh, I'm sorry. Or an equal amount to each period that the asset is in service. Did I read that correctly?
The line of testimony that you're referring to is on page 10 of
10.
witness Spanos' testimony.
13 to.
It's 11 through 13.
Oh.
And what you just stated, what you should have just stated was, for the straight line method, costs are allocated ratably or in an equal amount to each period that the asset is in service. But this is, again, do you have a question about that
Yes.
section? Okay, what's your question?
Yes, Your Honor. When it said ratably, say a piece of plant has a 15-year service life. In the straight line method, well, first of all, let me ask you this. For depreciation, would you agree that a company is entitled to a return on, a return of, as well as a return on its investment?
I agree with that statement.
Okay. And so if one has a 15-year life, under the straight line method, you would take the cost of both the return of and the return on, and ratably means that every year for the 15 years, ratepayers would pay the same amount for each of the 15 years. Is that right? Or
That's correct, and I think that's exactly the issue with the present value method. It doesn't do that. And,
Yeah.
And the straight line method does, and that's why.
And your preferred, you believe that the straight line is also called the traditional method, correct?
The straight line method is the traditional method for both life recovery and net salvage recovery, and it does things systematically and rationally, and it does it ratably, just like the sentence says.
Okay. And so in terms of, say, I'm going to make an analogy to a mortgage, if a house mortgage. So if a house purchaser has a choice between, say, a 15-year term of the mortgage and a 30-year term of the mortgage, in the 15-year, the purchaser of the house would pay more money than in respect to the 30-year mortgage, more money per month. The payment per month would be higher, but that purchaser would also pay less interest than if that purchaser took out a 30-year mortgage, which would also entail the 30-year, which would also include a less cost per month than the 15-year mortgage. Would you agree generally with that?
The concept you've described for a mortgage, I agree with. That's not applicable to depreciation expense and recovery of that. So I don't know how to answer that. And to bring it back to our topic here.
Well, for ratepayers, well, let me get to the present value method first. Well, I guess the analogy is that in terms of service lives of regulated utility plant, the shorter the service life would be equivalent to getting a 15-year mortgage, is that the company would recover its money, its depreciation, or return of and return on, more quickly than if it was a 30-year service life. If it's a 30-year service life, ratepayers would pay more in the return on the interest, but would pay a lower monthly payment, roughly. Is that correct?
It could. There's a handful of factors that could be involved in that, but again, that has nothing to do with depreciation expense because you determine what the service life is. So 15 or 30 is not what you pay differently, doesn't come into play. It's what's the appropriate life characteristic of that asset over its entire life cycle. And in the example that I've given in each of the accounts is the life cycle that I have, the full life cycle, not just the average, is the appropriate life cycle for these assets going forward.
And we will talk about that, but that wasn't my question. If a service life is shorter, if you have the same plant, if one expert says that it's a shorter service life, ratepayers will pay less per month. I'm sorry, more per month than if the service life were longer, but they'd also pay a bit more of a return on for the longer service life. I'm not asking how they are determined. I'm just saying as a principle, again, for a shorter service life, the company will get its return of and on quicker. For a longer service life, ratepayers will pay relative to that shorter one, less per month, but they'll end up paying more interest over the longer, if it's considered a longer service life, the same plant. Is that roughly correct?
There's some truth to that, but you didn't bring in the fact that if you are paying more through depreciation expense, rate base will then go down. So you have different factors that come into play. So you can't just isolate the one piece that you're dealing with. So when you have, if they are paying more, then the rate base is going to be less going forward. And in the big picture, again, if you have it more appropriate live, I mean, 15 to 30 is an example that I think is a little bit out of question to bring that into play. But if you're looking at something between 60 and 65, for example, and rate base then goes down, the ratepayer is benefiting from the fact that the shorter life is in play because rate base is less over time. So that's why I'm trying to explain to you, your example isn't really tying well to depreciation expense and the whole concept of return on and of, because that's not accurate.
All right, I'll leave that be. And if you go to page 19, and you go to page 11, line 11 to 13, your testimony is that the full service value of a $500 line transformer also includes $200 of cost of removal and $25 of gross salvage for a total service value of $675. Is that correct?
You read that sentence correctly. Yes.
Is it a correct? Is what you said correct?
Well, in the this is an
I mean,
example.
I need a yes or no first, and then you want to explain. Fine. Is what you wrote accurate and correct, or is it inaccurate? That's all.
What I wrote is correct, but this is
Okay.
a general example of the net salvage concept. And so I've explained that if a line transformer was $500 and we anticipate the cost of removal will be $200 and gross salvage $25, then the total service value is $675. So this is a general example of the net salvage concept. It's not an actual example of every single line transformer.
Thank you. I'm going to move to page 25. Now, I'm going to take you sentences 14 to 16. And I'm going to read the whole sentence, but then I'm going to take it in two parts. Unlike in most jurisdictions in which net salvage is recovered in equal amounts over the life of the property using the straight line method, the Maryland present value method discounts future net salvage costs to an estimated present value. So I'm going to take the first part of that sentence. In most jurisdictions in which net salvage is recovered in equal amounts over the life of the property using the straight line method. Now, that is the method that you believe is appropriate, to use.
That is correct.
Okay. So I thought, and maybe I phrased it wrong, but what I thought I said was that it's recovered in equal amounts over the life of the property when you use the straight line method, and that's the ratably. So maybe I didn't ask the question right, but this is correct, what you wrote here, right?
It is correct. So in the example that we just talked about, the $675 would then be, for the line transformer example, would then be recovered equal amounts over the life of the asset. So
Okay.
you take $675 divided by the average life, and that's the percentage or dollar amounts equally each year.
Okay. And you'll have an opportunity to say why you don't like it, et cetera, because we're going to go through a few things. But I have a simple question, and I'll need a yes or no. Does the straight line method include future inflation?
It doesn't include future inflation, but the development of the net salvage percent is based on what it incurred today versus when it was put into service. So that's the development of the percentage. I've already discounted that in my estimation because of the fact that the assets being retired today are younger than the assets to reach their average. So there's already a component of discounting that's occurred when developing a net salvage percent when asset retirements are less than the average. So you have to take that into consideration. But future inflation is not added on.
Right.
The expectation that, again, if it's going to cost $200 at the end of its life, that's built into the amounts that will happen 50 years down the road.
And so I'm going to go to the second part of the question. I think you've just indicated it. But the Maryland present value method discounts future net salvage costs to an estimated present value. And is that part of the sentence correct?
That is correct. So once
Okay.
again, that $200 that we know it's going to cost is getting discounted each year, so that the full 200 won't get recovered in the overall pattern equally. It'll happen at the end.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to turn to page, actually first. Now, for purposes just of this case, in deference to the Maryland Commission's policy decision going back, I believe, to 2007, for this case, you have adopted the Maryland present value method for estimating the cost of future negative net salvage, just for this case. Is that correct?
I have adopted it for this case based on the credit-adjusted risk-free concept that
Yes.
has been most commonly approved in Maryland in the last few cases.
So when one uses a discounted when one uses a present value method, you take the end cost and then you go back down you go back down to the cost you started with. And to do that present value method, you need to make that calculation a discount factor, correct?
You do, but you also need to know the vintage dollars of every single asset so that you know how much to discount. Not only determining the discount rate, but then how far you need to discount it. So you need to go to each vintage of what's surviving at the time of the study date.
So are you saying that you can't, that it is that there isn't any other method besides the vintage method? Are you saying that anything else would be improper?
I'm saying if the whole purpose of discounting is to discount it based on the age of the assets, you need to do it by vintage. And doing some type of composite doesn't make sense for the whole purpose of discounting. So I'm not saying there isn't other possible methods. I'm saying if you want to do it accurate, and the whole purpose of doing discounting is to discount to the age of the asset. So you need to then focus on each vintage to do that. And you have to do it based on a reasonable life characteristic.
So when you say there may be other methods, can you give an example of one or two of what you just referenced?
Well, again, the discounting of this process only happens here. The only other jurisdiction that considers it is in the District of Columbia, which does an inflation-based method.
Right, but I'm asking you, you said there may be, you just said that there may be other methods besides the vintage. So I'm asking you, what are one or two of those possible other methods in the present value, the Maryland present value method in this case? You said there were perhaps others.
The only other method is what OPC witness Garrett has done, is to do a composite, but he's doing it on a composite remaining life that's too long, and I don't view that to be a reasonable method for the purpose of doing present value. So in my opinion, there aren't other methods of present value to even consider. First, you have to get a discount rate, which the credit adjusted risk-free rate is as close as we can get based on what's been agreed upon. Inflation is the more appropriate way to look at it. And then after that, you have to do it by vintage because that's the purpose of doing a discounting. So I don't view there being other options.
Okay,
Witness
so when you
Garrett
said
has presented one.
so when you said there may be other methods, there really, in your view, there aren't any proper other methods besides the vintage method.
That's my opinion.
Okay. Now, you have using, well, let me go with this. If we go to page 35 of your direct, the CARFR has two components, correct?
For the court reporter, CARFR is CARFR.
Right, all caps. The CARFR has two main components, correct?
I think that's a fair assessment.
Okay, and one of them is the risk-free rate. And except for what's happened in the last year, but Treasury, our government has for all time, has made good on its debts, which means the bonds it issues, and thus that is considered for, I think, everybody who is trying to calculate a CARFR. You use U.S. Treasury bonds for the risk-free rate. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the second part, because I said there were two components, is determining an adjustment for the effect of a company's credit standing. Oh, I'm sorry, there's a third component, I forgot, which is the duration to which the interest rate applies, and you say 5-year, 10-year, 30-year. Now, the duration to which the interest rates applies, is that the duration of the Treasury bonds or bills that you were talking, that your testimony talks about in the risk-free rate? Is that the duration of the bond?
Excuse me, yes, and that's, in this particular case, the 30-year is the most accurate to cover the full life cycle.
Okay. And just to relate to the current, the present, I don't want to use the word present, in these times, in 2022 and 2023, the long-term, the 30-year bond, the long-term interest rate has been less, unusually less than the current interest rate. And we have had some occasions where that has occurred, and I believe that's called an inverted yield. Is that correct? Roughly.
Subject to check. I don't have the numbers in front of me.
No, that's okay. All right, and so on page 37, your recommendation for the discount rate to be used in the Maryland present value method, which you believe is inappropriate, but you're accepting for this case only, is 5.93%. And that would be on line 8. Did I get that right?
You did. I am agreeing to 5.93 as the most appropriate credit adjusted risk-free rate.
Yes. Now, I'm going to ask, see, Ron, I'm skipping a lot of this. I'm not reading the whole testimony. And if I understood correctly, staff witness James Garin either has accepted the 5.93 or has no objection or disagreement in this case with the 5.93% that you recommend. Is that correct?
That's correct, because I think he's viewing it as to what's recently happened in the state.
Yeah.
Concept, yes. To
Right.
use the credit-adjusted risk-free rate.
Now, OPC witness David Garrett, he doesn't provide any CARFR. Is that correct?
He does not give that as a recommendation for his present value method.
Right. And so he doesn't provide a CARFR amount in his testimony, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And so even, and I should have asked you this first. You've read, may I presume that you've read Mr. Garrett's, both his direct and surrebuttal testimonies?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So he also, because he doesn't give a CARFR, it's my New York accent, he doesn't raise any objection to your 5.93%. To the value that you're proposing.
Since he doesn't talk about it, I can't answer that question. I can only say that his recommendation is to use a different discount rate than,
Okay.
than I have.
So I'm just trying to level this down. In his testimony, just in the written testimony, does he state in his testimony that he objects in some way to the 5.93% that you recommend expressly in his testimony?
I don't remember if he specifically objects to it. I just am focused more on the fact that he uses a different method for developing his discount rate, and it's different than mine, and I don't agree with it. So that's the direction. I'm
So,
gonna give you.
okay, so you don't recall, I'm just making sure, that Mr. Garrett doesn't object. If one were going to use a CARFR, he doesn't object expressly, nor, I'll do it this way, nor does he agree to the 5.93%. Would you say that that's accurate? Because, as you said, he doesn't talk about the CARFR at all.
Your objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. I'm going to go to your rebuttal testimony, if you would.
What page, Mr. Alexander?
Page 1 of 32. And I'm looking at lines 19 through 21. And Mr. Spanos, you state here that perhaps most important is that the Maryland present value method has not even been sufficient to allow the company to recover the net salvage cost it currently incurs, much less its future cost. And would you state that you still agree with that sentence?
Yes, if you were to add up the total cost of removal minus the gross salvage that's occurred in the last few years on an annual basis and compare it to the net salvage component that's built into any of the calculations in this case, the accrual of those are less than what has been incurred. And that in itself is a definition of depreciation that is not accurate.
Okay, can you tell me by how much? And if it's in one of your exhibits, you can point me to an exhibit.
No, I mean, you can add up all the money that's in, or excuse me, the amounts that have been recorded each year. But I will say that in total, it's probably less than, each year differs, but it's less than $1 million a year in the total $6 million. But that's 16%. And as I state there, you need to incur the fact that your future costs are going to be more than your current costs because your plant is growing. So it's being magnified every single year. So at least on average, 16% is being under accrued versus what's being incurred, which should not happen when you have a growing investment and you have assets that have been retired less than the average age. So when you bring all of that information into play, that's the whole concept that is clear here, that this present value method is not working, particularly for electric companies.
I'm sorry, can you repeat? You said it was approximately how many $1 million?
It's about $1 million less, or excuse me, costs that are being incurred are about $1 million more than the cost that's being accrued based on the present value method. And that present value method is the one that I am recommending. OPC witness Garrett is recommending even less than that. And the total amount is about $6.5 million. So I roughly said 16%. But it's already under being recovered, and the number needs to be higher because the future costs are going to be more because you have more plant in place, and the age of the assets are going to get older as they get retired.
So I just want to make sure that you were saying that it's roughly $1 million difference that in this particular instance at this particular time, roughly, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
On average, over the last 5 years, as an example, when this has been in place, that's about the answer.
Okay. So are you aware that Potomac Edison is essentially a $900 million company?
I don't have the rough numbers in front of me.
Okay. Now, are you aware of the Maryland companies that are, whether they wanted to or the commission has ordered them to, are using the Maryland present value methodology for calculating the estimated value of future negative net salvage? Are you aware of at least some of the companies that are using, Maryland regulated utilities that are using the Maryland present value method?
Either I or my firm are involved in many of the cases and the entities, and I am aware that, yes, they are using it, and which is why I have accepted that method for calculating depreciation expense here, and why I continue to say it's not appropriate, because it's not consistent with the concept, and why all the other utilities across the country aren't using it.
Okay, but in this case, since you're aware of it, BGE has been using the present value, the Maryland present value methodology?
Yes.
PEPCO?
Yes.
Delmarva?
Yes.
I'm trying to remember if I'm missing something. And Potomac Edison?
As of the last case, yes.
Yes. Would you agree that none of these companies, since they've been using the present value methodology, have gone bankrupt?
They have not, but that's not the point of proper recovery. Again, it's clear that, and why, in matter of fact, the last BGE case, why the net salvage percents were increased in order to compensate for this flaw. So I think it's just something, things are being kicked down the road, and at some point the piper's calling. And so, no, none of them gone bankrupt yet, but I think that there's some concerns that are happening. If you don't properly recover your investment, you're going to end up with stranded costs. You're not going to get full recovery. And ratepayers at the end. And again, there's more things going on in the industry that are going to change this expectation. So there's more that has to be considered. And we're not looking far enough into the future to consider those things.
So from case 94, Maryland, case 9490, which was the immediate preceding case for Potomac Edison. And since then, they have been using the Maryland present value method, correct?
I'll double check that case number, but yes, since the phase 2 component of the last case, they've been using depreciation expense based on the present value method.
Okay. And since then, has there been has Potomac Edison been unable to provide its service without the requisite safety, reliability, and economic service to Maryland ratepayers, their Potomac Edison's ratepayers, as is required by the Maryland Public Utility Statute? Is there any evidence about that?
You're asking questions that are beyond my comfort level of discussing, and I can tell you that they're still in service.
Okay. Since your firm are aware of the BGE, Pepco, Delmarva cases, and all three of them are Exelon utilities now, is there any evidence that you're aware of that has indicated that because of the present value methodology that they're using, they have been unable to provide safe, reliable, and an economic service to their respective ratepayers? Are you aware of any evidence?
Again, I'm not aware. The only thing I can tell you is, as I did with BG&E, intervening witnesses recommended higher net salvage percents to compensate for what I just explained in the last BG&E case. So that in itself tells me the method doesn't work, and it's concerning. It wasn't something that was recommended by BG&E or Gannett Fleming. It was the other side. So that, to me, should be a reflection that it's not working.
Okay. Fair enough. I'm going to take you now to next page, page 2 of your rebuttal. And starting from line 7, you asked the question, both staff and OPC's witness have proposed longer service lives for several accounts than you do, added those 3 words. And do you agree with their proposals? And before I get to the rest of the paragraph, just as a simple yes or no, you say, no, I don't agree. Correct?
I do not agree with the recommendations that they have that are different than mine.
Okay, so now, and you say that both staff and OPC witnesses on line 11, they're based on unrealistic expectations of the future service lives of the company's assets. Do you still confirm that sentence?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So if we just go on to the next sentence, you say that significant changes are occurring to electric systems in the state consistent with efforts to decarbonize energy use and comply with the, I presume that's the Maryland Climate Solutions Now Act, which is capital C, capital S, capital N, capital A. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, I think the one sentence you left out that I think is important is I would have this disagreement regardless of any of the new regulations that are coming into play. I think it's important to understand that.
Well, so now you say it's not consistent with the Maryland Climate Solutions Now Act. Witness Garen's and Garrett's determination of recommendations as to certain service lives, right?
again, this is just in addition to my
Right.
already disagreement that their lives don't represent the appropriate life cycles of the assets. Now we know another future expectation that will shorten lives, and in turn, they're extending lives even beyond industry expectations or reasonableness. So it's a combination of both, and I think that's the key thing that we have to understand. CSNA is just an add-on that's going to happen in the future that will affect lives.
Okay, can you tell me the provisions of the CSNA that you're referring to? The specific provisions that you're referring to.
I think the thing that, in
Well,
my
can you
response
start with
to
a
you-
yes or no?
I don't have the specific provisions. Again, the idea is that the fact that gas assets are going to change in their utilization and recovery will affect the electric industry when you electrify or further electrify. And the way new assets are being placed in the electric industry are what's driving this. And that is not only they're going to need to be more reliable and utilized in a different fashion, but they're also the type of asset that's being done or have a much greater functionality, but they will have a shorter life cycle. So that's indicative of what's going on even before this goes into play. And then you add on to it all of the different changes. Assets will now be built differently, so the current configurations of assets won't be the same. That's how this comes into play, to understand how it's going to shorten the lives of assets that are currently in play and going forward, and why I continually say these assets aren't going to last hundreds of years like are estimated by some of the other witnesses.
Have you read the CSNA in its entirety?
Not in its entirety. Again, I use this as a general support for my estimations. I've read others that are across the country. Each state has, or many of the states have, some type of language. So it's very clear as to what is going to happen based on decarbonization.
Okay, did you read the CSNA at all?
I have.
The specifics. So if I read to you some provisions, even though I just asked you now and you said you can't think of them, if I read you some provisions, you would say that you read them.
I read excerpts from it to make sure that I'm comfortable with the fact that what's going on in Maryland is consistent with what's going to go on in other states related to decarbonization and electrification.
Okay, and who made those excerpts?
The ones that I read were presented to me by an associate in my group, Ned Alice, but I can't remember exactly which of the clients provided it to him.
Okay. So, and would you agree that the clients of your company, would you agree that the clients of your company do not include utility consumer advocates such as OPC here or commission staffs? Well, let me break it down. Would you agree that your company clients do not include offices of consumer advocates for regulated utilities? Would you agree with that?
My clients do not represent
Right.
public counsel like yourself.
Okay. Do your clients represent commissions?
My clients being utilities represent commissions, or
Oh, I'm sorry. Do your clients include state regulatory commissions who regulated utility companies?
they're not my clients. Obviously, they're a big part, like we have here, a big part of an understanding and a rate case. So they affect decision making that I need to make. Which,
Right,
again,
but they're not your clients.
No.
Okay. So I think you said that Mr. Alice, who is a veteran depreciation expert, correct?
Yes, he is.
And I believe he's testifying in the BGE multi-year rate plan that's going on right now. Is that right? Or,
Yes, he is.
okay. So when he got this information, it was not from, because it was from a client, it was not from an Office of Consumer Advocate, it was not from a State Regulatory Commission of Utilities, it was from one of your clients or more that were utility companies.
That's correct. I believe
Okay.
that's the resource that he
Okay.
got it from.
Excuse me, thank you. On line 14, on the same page, page 2, you state that decarbonization will lead to more widespread electrification of energy uses, such as for transportation and building heating. Is that correct? Do you still agree with that sentence?
Yes, I do. That's only part of the sentence.
Oh, I'm
but-
sorry. Let me read.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to leave it out. So I'll read it again so it's complete. Decarbonization will lead to more widespread electrification of energy uses such as for transportation and building heating, comma, which in turn will result in both increased load on the electric system and changes to the timing and location of electricity usage. And I'll just finish the next sentence so it's complete. Additionally, the increased reliance on the electric grid for vehicles and heating will increase the importance of reliability. So just to confirm, you still agree with these sentences?
Yes, I do. And I've had discussions with my engineering groups within my organization. Valuation and rates is only a component, again, at Fleming. And our engineers that are working on projects are able to support the concepts that I've described here.
Okay, so I've looked through your testimony, but I'm not an expert, so I may have missed this. But I looked for the quantification of how these concepts are going to be applied to the calculation of both depreciation in terms of service lives, and as you said, what's included in it is removal cost, because, as you stated, net salvage is generally negative. So I've looked for how you quantify this in your estimation of service lives or the cost of removal. I can't find it, so I'm asking you, where in your testimony is there some quantification of these changes that you say will be very important, and that witnesses, depreciation witnesses, Garen and Garrett, don't consider because they have unrealistic expectations of the future service lives of the companies. Where is that quantified in your testimonies, or is it quantified?
It's not quantified. So
Okay.
if you understand the justification for and follow NARUC and how you do life estimation, informed judgment is a key component. And understanding what's going to happen. We don't know exactly how the assets are going to be replaced or recovered. So what we do know is that the asset life characteristics, because of the way they're constructed and utilized, are going to be shorter than what we've seen in the past. We know that going forward. There's not a quantification for that, but it's an understanding. If you go through and do life analysis, do site visits, talk to all the utility personnel across the country, they will tell you how assets are being built today, how they will have a life expectancy that's much different, how their microprocessor equipment are much more technology-based, and that is going to be a driver for the life characteristics, not age, wear, and tear. So it's going to take time for that statistically to show up, and why you don't do a statistical analysis only, because you need to forecast going forward what's going to happen. So all of this information is just extra support for the fact that extending a life 10 years at this point in time doesn't make sense. Having an overall life cycle that's 140 or 150 years doesn't make sense. And that's the points that we're making, not only because of what's going to happen within the industry, but what we already know and what we're seeing is the tolerances on assets and how they're being built and how they're being utilized are considerably different than they were 10, 20 years ago.
And you said that you've applied this with, well, let me just ask you, don't all the witnesses, Garrett, and you agree that part of the determination of both facets of depreciation, service lives, and cost of removal require the application of expert judgment, expert being expert depreciation, witnesses' judgment? Doesn't everybody agree with that?
I think the other witnesses agree with that concept. I don't necessarily see that in what they have done. And I think it's pretty clear based on the way they describe things that it's not very much a part of their process. And I say that only because when you look at how they are measuring and predicting their survivor curves, it's clear that it's not taking into consideration the fact that a survivor curve is a reflection of the future, not determining what would happen in the past. And I think that's the key thing that is clear. They don't take site visits. They don't talk to company management or operational folks to understand what's going on with the assets. So they can't have the full understanding of these assets and how they're being built to know that their predictions on survivor curves are not reasonable.
Okay, but while you and Mr. Garrett can disagree about the expert depreciation expert judgment, which is what you've just summarized, are you an expert in efforts to decarbonizing expert energy usage? Do you consider yourself an expert in that?
I do not consider myself an expert. I've been involved and I've worked with company personnel to understand how decarbonization will affect the asset categories. I've been involved in the New York case that had all the utilities come together to talk about how decarbonization will affect the life characteristics, and all those projections showed life characteristics will get shorter. Well,
I'm just asking you just a general question. I think you said you're not an expert in with efforts to decarbonize energy usage, because if you said you are, then I may have other questions for you. So are you an expert in that or not, notwithstanding that you may have done things? If you did all those things, does that make you an expert in decarbonization energy usage? Do you consider yourself an expert in that due to your participation in what you have just indicated?
I view myself as knowledgeable as to how decarbonization will affect the gas and electric industry. I do not consider myself an expert in it, and to be honest, I'm not sure there are any experts yet because it's still something that we're all learning about.
Okay, so do you consider yourself an expert on the application and how it will work of the Maryland's Climate Solutions Now Act, the CSNA? Do you consider yourself an expert on the application of that?
Not specifically to Maryland. I think that I've been involved enough in the other states that it's occurred that I feel very comfortable knowing how their process is going to affect the utilities.
Okay.
And that's why I've continually said in this cross-examination that it's going to shorten lives.
But do you consider yourself an expert in the application of the Maryland Climate Solutions Now Act?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you consider yourself an expert on the electric grid, particularly the PJM electric grid? Oh, let me start with this. Are you aware that Maryland is one of the states that is included in the PJM electric grid?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware of what PJM is?
Yes.
Okay. And do you consider yourself an expert in how load will be increased on the electric system and changes to the timing and location of electricity uses? Do you consider yourself an expert in that?
I don't consider myself an expert in that, but what that tells me is that there will be changes in the assets, and that's the part that I feel comfortable evaluating. Not necessarily what's an expert in general, but how it's going to affect asset lives.
So you're saying that even though you're not an expert in these things, you would consider them as part of being the expert judgment of a depreciation expert.
The knowledge I have gained is part of my informed judgment, which is part of my life estimation. That part I feel very comfortable understanding as to the fact how all of these assets will change, how they're being constructed today, and how they're going to either be replaced or repaired going forward. I sit and talk to industry and utility personnel all the time. I go into all 50 states, I go into Canada, and I ask them these questions and discuss it with them so I understand that. So that is my level of expertise as to how it will change the life characteristics of these assets going forward.
All right, are there any depreciation publications, or let me do it this way. Are there any changes in the definitions of the AICP and FERC of how to calculate depreciation? That would include the changes that you've testified on pages 2 and 3 of your testimony. Is there some formal change in FERC's definitions or in the standard of financial in FASB, FASB? Are there some formal changes that have been made that consider the characteristics and the changes that you've discussed here?
I'm not aware of any formal changes. I'm just following the definitions of FERC and NARUC and other authoritative texts for depreciation in order to determine the life characteristics of the assets.
But
That's my area of focus. It's not any other area of expertise. It is the focus of determining life cycles of assets and how they should be recovered.
So I just want to make sure. Does some expert, a depreciation expert, let me see, isn't there a society of depreciation experts?
Society of Depreciation Professionals, yes,
Yes. Are you a member of that?
I am.
Okay. Is there something different? Oh, let me just ask you this. You have to be practicing for 5 years before you get your certification from that organization, correct?
That's one of the criteria. You also have to pass an exam,
Right.
pretty extensive exam, and then you have to renew your credentials every 5 years.
Okay. And you're aware that Mr. Garrett and Mr. Garrett are both part of that association as well?
I'm aware that both are and part of that. Mr. Garrett's been more active, Mr. Garrett has been more active than Mr. Guerin, but yes, they both are part of the society.
Okay. And does society issue any publications or newsletters or something to its members about changes in developments in depreciation and calculation of cost of removal?
Well, there are newsletters that relate to depreciation issues or utility type issues. The society doesn't necessarily give a directive as to how things should be done. We have speakers that go over and talk about the industry and what's going on within the industry. So I think that is a component of what's done, but the society in itself gives the information. Most of it comes from personnel, either like myself or others that are involved in the industry.
And have there been any changes in the test that you have to pass for the society that incorporates some of the concepts that we've just been talking about in terms of the future of the electric grid and decarbonization?
I've not seen the most recent exam to be able to answer that question, but I will tell you that we have presentations that talk about how changes in the industry are occurring and how that will affect depreciation. We have speakers from FERC, FASB, industry personnel. So there's a lot, the energy industry. So there's a lot of presentations. Some of them are given by my firm. Some of them are presented by others.
So you're not aware of the most current test, but from the test, whatever that is, where did they incorporate these concepts in being required to understand them to be a depreciation expert?
The exam has many questions and it's being updated every year. So I can't, because I haven't seen the most up-to-date one, I can't answer that question.
Well, I'm saying the last one you have seen. Did it incorporate, whenever that was?
The exam is designed to talk about depreciation and the mechanics as well as the theory. It doesn't specifically talk about decarbonization.
Okay. So as far as you know, because of what you just said, what it does, as far as you know, whichever test you go back, these concepts are not included in that test, correct?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained. Mr. Alexander, it seems like a lot of your questions are going to the expertise of this witness. Are you questioning the expertise of this witness?
In terms of the Daubert Supreme Court way of determining the qualifications of an expert, no, I am not saying that he would not qualify under the Daubert. I'm questioning not his expertise on depreciation, nor am I questioning his expertise on cost of renewal. What I am questioning is that there are other topics, as we've just heard in his testimony, and I'm trying to inquire if his expertise includes the ones that make him qualified as an expert in depreciation and cost of removal. So
Okay.
I hope that answers your question.
I'll ask that you stick to the specifics. I know the OPC depreciation witness and the staff depreciation witness included their CVs in their testimony as attachments. I don't think Mr. Spanos included his CV, but he did put a paragraph in his testimony about his experience, and I think we're all familiar with his testimony in Maryland over several years. So if your questions are specific, I don't want to impede your ability to ask specific questions about specific areas, but I would ask that you keep your questions to those specific areas and not to his general expertise if you're not questioning it. Go ahead with your next question.
Excuse me, I did have an exhibit that's not necessarily a CV, but does support all my credentials.
Which exhibit is that?
It should be in the back of my direct testimony,
Okay.
which has
So-
a list of cases, et cetera.
Exhibit JJS 1A.
Okay, so all of the depreciation experts in this case from all parties have their general expertise and their experience as a part of the record. So you can go ahead with your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, if you turn to page 11 of your rebuttal testimony, you state that I have also considered the impacts that could occur in the gas industry moving forward into the future. Is there some reason that the impacts that could occur in the gas industry moving forward in the future would play a part in Potomac Edison, which is a distribution-only electric company? Well, excuse me, in this case, their distribution assets in this company. So you meant gas.
Yes, and I think that's really the whole point of what we were just discussing, is that changes in the gas industry are going to affect the electric industry because there's going to be so much more required of the electric industry. And so there's going to be a much more change to meeting demand that is necessary for the electric industry because of the changes in the gas industry. And that was the whole point of that paragraph that we just went through, and how it is now leading into why the electric industry will have a turnover based on the nature of the assets, the functionality of those assets, and the fact that the current assets need to be replaced going forward at a different pace. Those are all the reasons why things that happen in the gas industry affect the electric industry.
But you don't know specifically what those changes in terms of equipment, plant, the speed of the changes, you don't know any of those with specificity, correct? Are you predicting the future and you know what the specific, strike my other question, please. Are you saying that you know specifically what plant and will be used that is different from the current plant? And are you saying that you know specifically the duration of the transformation of the gas industry and the electric industry in the U.S.?
No, but that's the whole point of what I'm trying to tell you. I am predicting what the expectations are. I can't quantify it because we don't know. We're making a prediction. What we do know is that, for example, substation equipment currently has a lot of old oil breakers. They cannot continue to operate. And because, one, the costs to repair them are too great. So you now have to go to gas breakers, SF6 breakers, that don't have as long a life characteristic and need to be replaced differently than the oil breakers. But because of the way they're designed, they're going to be replaced at a quicker cycle. That's going to affect the life characteristics. Leading on to that, you also have the transformers, which are built with different tolerances that will then, again, have to be replaced because your breakers are being replaced at a different pace. Then you have your electronic control equipment, which are going from electromechanical, which had 50-plus year lives, to now microprocessor equipment that have 20-year lives. And now these are going to be replaced faster. All of these things are part of judgment and predictions of the future that affect the electric industry, because it will happen even more so as you go through the fact that electric is that much more being dependent on the industry as a whole, and gas will not. So these are things that are part of the informed judgment that help you determine the life expectancy.
Well, this is what I'm trying to get to. There may well be a transformation of the gas industry, but are you saying you know that it will be, say, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, 40, 50 years? Are you saying that you can put that in your expert judgment, that you have a pretty valid guess on how long that transformation will occur?
Objection. He's already answered that question.
Overruled.
What I'm trying to explain to you is the fact that we already know the change in the assets have already occurred, some of them. And this is just a magnification of what's going to happen going forward. I'm not an expert to tell you exactly whether it's going to happen in 5 years, 3 years, 8 years. There are some states that are setting a criteria at a certain time period that needs to have these assets replaced, which do help in making decisions. But what I do know is the assets that are being placed into service over the last 5 to 10 years are going to have a life cycle that's shorter than the assets that were in place prior to that time. And it takes time to do that. So you're going to continue to see these changes, and those are the recommendations that I put in here for predicting the life characteristics.
So you're saying that if they're shorter, there are going to be stranded costs?
No. I'm saying that if they are shorter and we use the estimates of others in this case, then yes, you will end up with stranded costs and not properly recover it. Because, again, I'm looking at station equipment, which I've just walked through with you on all the assets are going to have a life less than 50 except for bus work. And estimates of the others are 70 plus. And they're expecting some of those assets to last 150 years. That's not reasonable. And that's what I'm trying to say. I'm already recommending a 65-year average life because the assets it's going to take a while to get this to occur. But I know it's not going to last at the rate that they're predicting. I know it's going to be shorter because it wasn't even reasonable before all of this other regulation that comes into play.
I seem to recall, and this may be a misrecollection, that barring a storm, a car hitting it, termite damage, that a wooden telephone pole could last for up to 100 years. Is that wrong?
I've not estimated that some poles will last more than 100 years. I don't disagree with that. I do disagree with the fact that we'll have no retirements on poles for the first 50 years of age because there will be poles that are hit. There are poles that need to be changed because of load. If you go from, let's say, a 12 kV system to a 23 kV system, the span has to be different. So you're going to replace poles for that reason. You're going to have highway relocation. You're going to have height requirements. Now, currently, a lot of poles might be 40, 45 feet on the distribution side. They now need to be 50 or 55 feet. That's causing replacement. These are all forces of retirement that affect the life characteristics of poles. So to assume these poles are going to last 100 plus years isn't reasonable to expect that because of all the things that we've described.
Okay. Do you have before you the direct and rebuttal testimonies of OPC witness David Garrett? And if not, I have one.
I do not have it in front of me. Oh, is it here?
Mr. Alexander, about how much more time do you have of cross-examination?
I need to find my reading glasses.
Sure.
Perfect, thank you. Perfect, thank you.
I don't know yet. Okay. I may not have any more questions, Your Honor. I'm just got to look very quickly because Mr. Garrett, as you know, his testimony is both cost of capital and depreciation, and I have no intention of asking Mr. Spanos anything about the cost of capital. So I'm just doing a double check. If
You know what, I'm going to give you plenty of time to double check it because I think we're going to take a break for lunch now.
okay, no, that's fine. I
Who
may
wants to
not
go to
have
lunch?
any
Raise your hand
questions.
if you want to go to lunch right now. Okay, yeah, we're going to go to lunch. So it's 1:45. We're going to take an hour. We'll be back at 2:45. We can go off the record. I'm sorry for interrupting you halfway through your testimony.
That's fine, thank you.
Oh, Your Honor, even though we're off the record, I just realized I was looking to the wrong book. I will have some questions.
Okay.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Is it cold now? It's cold. No, you just had to put it on, so now it's cold. I can't. We have lunch, so. Your Honor, when did you say, because I was flipping there, when did you say we should be back?
2:45. 2:45.
2:45,
Yeah.
gotcha. Thank you.
No, nothing. Thanks. That is so cute.
No, not mine.
Okay, I gotta check Scott's.
Great turkey sandwiches. Yeah. Of course, they make bacon turkey. Oh, okay. It's not, what you know,
Spam?
yeah, well,
Yeah, it's fresh.
yeah. Mhm.
Gary, I don't know what is what here, and I can't leave. That does have confidential. That has to go up. This, I think.
Yeah, I only want these
Scott,
three to stay.
But I don't want to open it. So I don't know if
What?
it's PEs or Scott's. So I'm not going to open that. But now I need to find Scott's.
Well, I think you can open it and just take a look
I
at the
don't-
front page.
I don't want to. It might be Scott's, and if it's Scott's,
Well,
then
I
we're
think you need to
responsible
look
for
at
it.
something.
All right, I'm going to open the first page. I still can't tell what it is, so I don't want to go through someone's
I'll
trial.
do
But
it.
I don't think you should do it. Let's just find them. These are
Well,
Scott's.
now you're going to have to go
That
upstairs
might
and
be
go
Peter.
downstairs.
I
And
know.
that is,
I'll call Scott. It's okay. Because I don't want to leave,
all right. We'll leave it be. All right, so you need to take up, it says
I'm going to take up anything that says confidential. I got that.
Contains
you should go to lunch.
confidential.
That was,
contains confidential, so
I'll
that
get
has
that.
to go
Yep.
up. Leave mine, please.
Yep, I will. I'll get the confidential. I'll deal with
I can't believe you didn't give me the coffee. God, I've been dying for some coffee.
Well, the estimate was 30 minutes for cross, so I figured you'd be done, and then I didn't know what to do.
I told you these estimates
No,
don't.
I know. I just, we didn't, we all
All right,
decided
is
we
there a
shouldn't
napkin or
interrupt you.
do you have a tissue or
I'll
something?
do that. I got something. Yeah, go to lunch. Go over to lunch.
Well,
No, I know.
these mine too.
I don't know.
there is that. There is that. But, well, I think that was, I mean, I was hungry, so I was actually happy that she brought, well, I mean,
I will say this. 7 o'clock is at least within the realm of reason, because we've been in some of these proceedings in merger cases where 10 o'clock at night.
Right.
We once went to a point, the reason that I asked you particularly because similar situation where there was the one reporter doing the whole hearing, and it was about 7:30 or 8 o'clock. She looked at the chair. This was in front of the commission, and she was, it was really, I mean, she felt that you could just see. She just felt terribly. She said, "My hands have just cramped up. I can't go anymore."
Right.
And, you know, after several days of doing this, very, very long days, it was entirely understandable.
Oh yeah. The worst one for me, it was actually a deposition on the hearing. We were in Korea, and we had gotten there a few days before. We had been doing depositions, literally the minute we landed, and we were going the next day to Taiwan. So then it was an early morning flight, so we couldn't cook,
Yes.
stay the next day.
Yeah, I get it.
Stay the next day. So 6 o'clock that night, they said, "Look, because the court reporter and the videographer and the interpreter can't stay tomorrow, we need to finish this tonight." And so we agreed to stay. We understood, you're all coming from the U.S. and we need to finish this. And so we agreed to stay, and we didn't get done until 4 o'clock the next morning, 4 or 5 o'clock the next morning.
Wow.
So we started at 8 o'clock that day.
Wow, you had to get on the flight.
Yeah. Literally, we got back to our hotel in time to grab our clothes and get on that flight. It was crazy.
There was one day that we came in, another merger case, and traffic is really bad, and we find out that a 36-inch water main has broken somewhere downtown here.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, yeah.
So we got in the building, and the chair was determined to go ahead, and we started the hearing, and after about an hour, a state trooper walked up to the bench, spoke with him, pulled him aside, spoke with him, and said, "Well, I've been informed that the building is not habitable because there is no fire protection and no working toilets."
Oh gosh.
And then said, "Okay, we all have to leave the building, everyone stay tuned." And we got a note as we were driving back to Washington to go to the Senate building, the Capitol in Annapolis, where we would continue the hearing. And it worked.
Right.
And we went till 10 o'clock because the CEO was testifying, and he was determined to get him up and down in one day. But we literally moved cities.
We didn't go quite that far. We had gone to PSC and we had a deposition on the 11th floor. We had 20 people with real-time connections, and all of the devices were ours. So my husband's our videographer, he's certified, and I'm doing the one thing. And we got all of these laptops. And at the time, it wasn't iPad, it was little mini laptops. 20 of them spread out around the room. And when we got there,
before we go back on the record? Okay, we can be back on the record. Potomac Edison, or I guess we're Mr. Alexander. Do you have further cross?
Yes,
Um, okay. Hi, Mr. Spanos. This is Gary L. Alexander again on behalf of the Maryland Office of People's Counsel. I'm going to, thank you. I'm going to turn to, now that we've discussed calculation of future estimated net salvage or removal cost, I'm going to go now back to service lives, a little discussion of that. No, well, that's not good, is it? Okay. Is that better? Okay. When a depreciation expert tries to account for service lives, as far as I could tell, there are three main methods of doing that. One is visual, one is mathematical, the sum of the squares, and one is expert judgment. Is that roughly correct, or is there another method that I'm missing?
those are three of the key components. I think each of them have additional aspects of it, such as that helps you make decisions, such as company plans, estimates of others, previous estimates for this company to understand how those assets are in place. All of those are key elements that are part of each of those three, including what we know for the future.
Okay, and Your Honor, a moment, please. I just had it in front of me, and oh, great. Well, while I'm flipping, maybe I can do it without pointing to a page. If I recall correctly from, I believe it's in your direct testimony, that there are, well, I should say this. Would you agree that it's accurate that depreciation nowadays does not typically include one piece of plant, but they are accounts? They're in large accounts that are ordered by the FERC system of accounts. I think I got the initials wrong.
The uniform system of accounts.
Yes, thank you. Is that correct?
There is a uniform system of accounts, and assets are all classified in those accounts based on the nature of those assets.
Yes,
So
and
each one is, has a specific group of assets or types of assets that need to be in that account. And
Okay.
some are transmission, distribution, general plan, as well as the type of asset themselves.
Okay, so for this testimony, when, for example, if I mention account 362 station equipment, that is what the account is, the FERC account number for station equipment.
Yes, those are what's known as substations. So
Yeah, it's not,
so
I'm
the,
not trying to get to the plan,
no.
I'm just saying.
So yes,
So 362 is the FERC number.
362 is a number, and it's titled station equipment.
Okay.
Yes, for distribution plant.
All right, and again, I'm going to, because I had it, but I lost it. So, again, if I recall your testimony, that the three experts, you, Mr. Garrett, and Mr. Garrett, agree on the service lives of all the accounts at issue here, except 5 of them. Is that correct?
There's actually 6 that are different. They're not the exact same differences between myself, Mr. Garrett, and Mr. Guerin, but I think there are, Mr. Guerin has 6 that he disagrees with my position. Mr. Garrett has 6 that he disagrees with my position.
Okay, and then for the service lives, that's the limitation of the dispute. I'm not talking about the value of money, I'm just saying we can, the judge can basically, can accept your service lives because everybody else has it, except for those 6 accounts.
I
Right.
think there doesn't seem to be any differences in other accounts other than the ones that have been discussed in testimony.
Yes, I don't think either Mr. Guerin or Mr. Garrett disagrees with that. So, do you have a copy? So I just want to go back again. One of the methods, let me say it this way, of the different methods of determining the service life of a FERC account, there's visual, there's mathematical, there's the application of depreciation expert judgment, and I believe it's your testimony based on certain things like in the SFAS rules, that it's your testimony that depreciation expert should never rely on just one of these methods to make this determination. Would you agree with that?
I think all of those things need to be incorporated for every account
Okay.
in determining an estimate.
But they're all valid in and of themselves. You're just saying that you should look at all of them.
I think that's a fair assessment that all of them need to be considered. The 3 that you mentioned and the different byproducts of each of those 3 that I mentioned in my testimony a few minutes ago, I think all of that has to be considered for each account.
Thank you. Do you have a copy of, I want to make sure it's not, I think it's, because I have a mislabeling. So it's in do you have a copy with you of Mr. Garrett's direct and rebuttal testimonies?
I do.
Okay. And, Your Honor, you have those in front of you or on the computer, correct? Yes. Okay. So, oops. Your Honor, if you bear with me for one more second, please. Well, it's going to be a few seconds, but I should have it quickly. Okay, so what I'd like you to do is if you turn to your exhibit JJS-2A, which is attached to your direct testimony, and I'm looking at page 58 of 206, and it's headed account 362.00, station equipment, original and smooth survivor curves. And I believe,
Let me catch up to you.
yeah, no, that's okay. Don't worry. I won't go anywhere without you, I promise.
Okay, so I'm on page Roman numeral 6-8 related to account 362 as part of my exhibit JJS 2-A, also known
Oh,
as
7-A.
Sorry. Yes, of my exhibit JJS-2A, pages 58 of 206.
Correct. Now, in your description, you use the word, in the title, in the header, you use the word smooth, correct?
That is the term of the Iowa curve, is a smooth curve.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, could you briefly explain what smoothing is in this context?
The Iowa curve itself is a smooth curve that reflects the dispersion pattern of what is anticipated to be life characteristics of assets. So it's an engineering type description of mortality curves, and in this particular case, it's the combination of a 65-year average life and an R2.5 type survivor curve. So that together is the smoothing, or what the statistical area under the curve would be using those two parameters together.
And how do you determine the second parameter?
The Iowa curve?
Yeah, you said there were two. What's under the curve? I think I heard you say that.
Yeah, the under the curve is just the statistical component of that smooth curve.
Okay.
But again, it's a combination of, there are many different average service lives that go along with the R2.5 type curve. So this is the statistical analysis for what would be a 65 R2.5 on this particular page.
Okay, and I'd also, keeping your attention to that, now you said you had Mr. Garrett's testimonies. I would like you to...
You didn't refer to which one, though, if you could tell
Pardon?
me which one.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to do that.
Okay.
It's his direct testimony. It's page 97. And it's account 362, station equipment. Figure 17.
Yes, I am there.
Okay. I'd like to ask you, when on your curve, well, there are boxes and there are triangles. I'm looking, so the triangles, so they both of these represent actual data.
Yes, the symbols represent the actual data between the experience band, which is the transactional data during that period of time, and the vintages that are related to that experience band. So the first one, the squares, relate to the available data that we have transactionally from 1997 to 2022, which is a 25-year period. And within that 25-year period, we know that vintages 1923 through 2022 were exposed for retirement. So that means those assets were at some point in service or still are in service. The second, the triangles, represent the last 10 years, 2013 through 2022, transactional data related to transactions that have occurred during that time, which is 1940 to 2022. So first thing that I see is that since 1997 and before 2013, the assets that were 1923 to 1939 were retired. They weren't exposed during that time period. That's one thing that you learn from that. But this shows the statistical analysis and gives you a little bit of a trending to understand what's happened over the last 10 years.
Okay, so now I would like you to go back to page 97 of Mr. Garrett's direct testimony. And this is also for account 362, station equipment. So are we talking about the same account in your survivor curve, Iowa curve, than Mr. Garrett is talking about? Is it the same account?
It's the same account. Mr.
Okay,
Garrett does not
so
include both bands.
I'm going to get there. So the first thing that I'll ask you is that on the triangles on Mr. Garrett's graph represent the OLT, which is, these are actual data too. Is that correct?
I believe his data is the same, generally speaking, as mine for the same time period, 1997 to 2022.
Well, I'm looking at that he's got data here between the age and years of 80 to 90, and that's not on your curve. And then he's got data between 70, actual data between 70 and 80 years, and that doesn't look like it's on your own graph. So from around 70 or 73 years to 90 years, Mr. Garrett has actual data, actual retirements, the OLT, for during those years that are not showing on your curve. That's correct?
That's not necessarily correct. First of all, the original life table, which are the pages that are subsequent to the chart, represent the entire data point series. So they're all listed there. What I present in my schedule, or excuse me, my chart, is to represent the points that were significant to me in determining the life characteristics of this particular account going forward. So I'm not changing data, I'm not changing presentation, or excuse me, changing any of the numbers. I'm just only showing the components that were important for me using my judgment as to representation of these accounts. And if you were to look at the exposures for this account, which have at age 0, which is the far left corner, 134 million. When you go to the point where I no longer consider the assets significant, they're now at 796,000.
Okay, can I stop you? Can I
than
stop you a
1%.
second, because I
Let him
need to
finish.
identify what you are referring to. It's not this table.
The very next
So,
page.
well, that's
Mr.
what I,
Alexander, let him finish, and then you can ask him where he's looking at.
As I was saying, the life table that is after the chart shows all of the statistical data of ages. And we can tell that at age 0, we know that there was 134 or 135 million dollars exposed for retirement. And when we get down to age 65, or 64.5, we're at 796,000. Those assets, in my view, which are less than 1%, were not considered significant in determining the life characteristics going forward. So I have not presented those on the chart because they were not part of my determination. They're not being ignored, they're just not emphasized, which is what I present on page 58 of 2006.
So let me ask you,
58 of 206, excuse me.
going back to your original life table, tell me on what page of, it's either Roman numeral 9-9, Roman numeral -10, or Roman numeral -11, where did you cut off the data so that it's not shown, for whatever reason, on your graph? Can you tell me where on this?
As you can tell on the squares and the triangles, if you were to look at age 60, that's the vertical line. There are 5 points that go beyond that. That's age through 64 and a half. That's what that represents.
I think your microphone turned off.
Are not on your table. That's all I'm asking. Where, I'm not asking you why. I'm just asking you, point to me in these 3 pages of your original life table, starting with what line across are not represented for whatever reason on your graph. So would you please tell me where to look? That's it.
I believe I just did. That's why let me try to go over it again. This life table, which is page Roman numeral 7-9 through Roman numeral 7-11, represents the 1997 to 2022 band. That's the squares. Now you have exposures. They start at 0.0. So if you look at page 7-9, you could look at exposures. That's any asset that came in new. 134.7 million. That's the squares. Now you go through and walk through this all the way to page 7-10, age 64 and a half, you see exposures of 796,076. That represents the end of my squares that are on page 7-8 for this particular curve, or table, excuse me.
So at 65.5, if I gather this right, is not represented by a square or a triangle on your table. Correct? I can't
I'll
see
call it a
on your
graph.
table.
I'll call it a graph.
Okay.
So it's not presented in my graph, but it is presented in my table. And the original life tables are the pages 7-9 through 7-11.
Okay, so you've used your expert judgment, however you used it, to starting from 65.5 at the beginning of the interval. None of the data that follow, the actual data that follow on page 7-10, nor that it continues on 7-11, they are not represented on your graph visually. Is that correct? Yes or no, please?
That is correct, because I did not use those as an emphasis for determining the life characteristics of future assets.
Okay, and where does it say on your graph that you've excluded all of these?
I'm sorry, I excluded what?
That you excluded the data that we've just talked about from 65.5, the edge of the interval. Where on this graph do you say that you did that? I don't see it, so I'm asking you, is it somewhere in this graph that you say what you have excluded? That's all of this data.
Well, again, I have not excluded anything. On the graph, I'm only presenting what I view to be important. So there's nowhere that I'm going to describe it or say it. You can see it. I mean, if you can understand the life table, you can see, you were able to count the points and see where it is. There's nothing that I describe because it's just part of my presentation as of importance to, or what I emphasize in determining life characteristics going forward.
Okay, so you don't feel, if I'm understanding right, you feel that you believe or you contend that you don't need to put that actual data in because you are using your expert judgment to show that they are irrelevant to your conclusion, correct?
Objection. I think you mischaracterized, but it's also been asked and answered.
So, Mr. Alexander, the witness has said that while the points past 64.5 are in the table, they're not in the illustration.
Okay. Yeah.
And that you can see that because there's no triangles or squares past that point on the bottom of the illustration.
So let me ask then, how would I know, as someone who's not a depreciation expert, where exactly, because it looks like it's 60 plus something here, 60 plus years here, how would I know from looking at the table that it's precisely 65.5, that it begins to not show up on your graph?
This is a standard practice, so I want to make sure we understand that. Now, the only thing I can tell you is that if you look at each square and count off, the square just to the right is 60 and a half. And then you could add to that, and you can match that it is at about 69% when you get to that last square at age, again, counting the numbers, 65 and a half. So then we go over to the life table, and the far right column on page 7-10 for that shows 69.22% surviving. So that is what you can do if you're not someone that's used to seeing the life tables, that you can kind of figure out what I've represented by going through that piece.
Okay, so now I'm going to direct you to Mr. Garrett's direct testimony, again on page 97, account 362, station equipment. Now, it looks like from the OLT, in the triangles, he's got all the data, the actual retirements. Is that correct?
He presents all the data. He does not present the entire smooth curve so you can see the entire life
I
cycle.
understand that, but is all the data, I'm asking you this question, is all the data on Mr. Garrett's figure 17, regardless of its relevance? Yes or no?
He presents all the data on his chart.
Okay,
yes.
thank you. Now, from a visual standpoint, when you include this other data, visually, when you have the dotted line, which is your curve, and the solid orange line, which is Mr. Garrett's curve, when it matches all the data, however relevant or irrelevant you think it is, isn't it true that visually Mr. Garrett's curve more matches the actual data to the end than your curve?
It may, but that's not what you should be doing in doing a life analysis. And that's the whole point that I've been trying to talk about, is that you don't want to just match the points. So yes, he matches points that are up through 68 better than the last 10 points on mine. And if you were only doing a statistical analysis, which is what I've talked about. If you were understanding the assets, his points don't do the right job because he's now emphasizing assets that are 80 plus years and a very small exposure component to say that's going to drive how you're going to determine life characteristics in the future. And that's why just doing statistical matching doesn't make sense. And
when you say
visually,
statistical, are you talking about the mathematical? Are you talking
Yes.
about the sum of the squares?
I am talking about that
And
as the sum of the squares and the visual components are together combined. You can't get away from the difference between those. the difference between those two components.
And is the mathematical sum of the squares, we talked about this earlier, is that one of the three main methods of determining the service life of a FERC account, meaning that we went through this. I believe it was that it was visual, and you say statistical, I'm saying mathematical, sum of the squares, and then the application of expert judgment. I thought that we went through that those were the three main ways of determining the service life of an account. Am I wrong?
I think as I answered that question, each of those three components has other components that are part of it. So I can't say that one of them is the main component like you're trying to state. They're all equal components and they have factors. So to narrow it down to three is not necessarily correct. I think 6 is more correct if you're going to start picking numbers, and that includes estimates of others in the industry, the current estimate of this company, and management's plans that all build into the three components that you're describing.
Doesn't that also fit into expert judgment, or are you saying that's totally separate?
Those are part of it, but they're also, when you understand the assets, you can understand the statistical analysis at the same time.
Yes, but how do you quantify that in terms of the OLT and the curves?
You don't necessarily quantify it. You use your judgment with the statistical analysis going forward, which is why I'm presenting a 65 R2.5 type curve, is because I know that assets beyond 60 are going to retire faster than they have in the past, based on all the things I've discussed in them this morning related to station equipment. You're not going to have assets lasting 80, 90 years going forward for station equipment.
So I thought I heard you said that if I don't know if it was Mr. Garrett particularly, but if you're saying if a depreciation understood that, then you wouldn't come up with Mr. Garrett's curve. So are you saying that Mr. Garrett doesn't understand these principles?
I think Mr. Garrett's focus, based on what he's able to do, is to do a statistical analysis as his primary aspect. And that is the thing that he leans on. I emphasize much different components because of doing a full depreciation study. I'm not sure that Mr. Garrett does all the aspects of a full depreciation study, such as doing site visits, talking to utility personnel, understanding what their plans are going forward, understanding all the different technology changes that have occurred. I don't think that's part of what he does. So in my respect, he's got to lean primarily on statistical analysis.
Isn't this normal?
Mr. Alexander, please don't interrupt the witness. Go ahead.
So he's doing what he's capable of doing based on what he chooses to look at as far as information. And we've had these discussions many times before. I'm going to focus on what I know is going to happen with these assets and what's going to drive recovery patterns of these assets consistent with how they're going to be utilized. And when you do that, you know that station equipment are not going to last 130-some years, 140 years that Mr. Garrett has recommended.
But going back to his table, these triangles say, and their actual data, that at least some of these are lasting something like 85, 88 years, and then there's a whole bunch of them that obviously has lasted 70 to 80 years, and you don't have any of that on your graph. So are you saying that based on this, that that what he claims, what Mr. Garrett claims, is the actual data with these triangles, it's not the actual data? Is that your claim?
No, I didn't say that at all. I've been pretty clear saying that I have listed all the data. What I'm saying is, when making appropriate judgments to what's the realistic life characteristic of station equipment going forward, because that's what my job is, to forecast what's going to happen going forward, not to predict the past, I'm saying the assets that are 80 years old are not indicative of the assets that are in service or being added today. And
So
that's the difference.
All right, so if we can, let's go to Let's go to your exhibit JJS-2 in your direct testimony, page 65 of 206 pages. And it is Roman numeral VII 7-15 is the page.
Yes.
Okay, so you have the actual retirements here going to, it looks like around, I don't know, maybe 70 years or something. And then after that, for the reasons you've given, because you say they're not relevant, it doesn't go any further than that. Is that correct? For whatever reasons, it doesn't matter. Is that correct? It's not
the life
pictured on
table.
your graph.
The life table goes to age 77 and a half. I have represented on my graph less than that to incorporate the assets that I view to be significant. Again, we have 89 million worth of assets exposed for retirement, and the last few years, which have 333,000, which is way less than 1%, I do not view to be significant for determining poll life characteristics.
Okay.
So I have not presented those on my chart. I'm not ignoring them, but I have not presented them, which is why the smooth curve that I have goes to 100 years, which is what I represent to be realistic for polls going forward for this particular company.
Okay, can you point to where you say you're not ignoring them?
Because they're listed in my life table.
Yeah, I understand that. There's numbers there. Did you do a narrative explanation of what you just testified to?
Objection, Your Honor.
Am
You
I
already covered
missing it?
this. You already covered this with this other account. I mean, rehashing the same.
Mr. Spanos, is your answer the same as it was for the other account, that the data is in those years are in your data, they're just not represented in the graph?
Yes, that's
And-
correct.
And in the graph, there's nothing that's in the graph that says why they're not represented?
There's nothing on the graph that says that, other than that it is standard practice to present what is relevant to the person doing a judgment. That's all I've done.
Okay.
That's fine. So if you look at figure 18, if I can direct you to Mr. Garrett's curve, and that would be page 99 of his direct testimony. And the triangles, again, represent actual retirements, correct?
That represents the surviving percent
Right.
of assets based on their age interval.
Okay, other than the fact that you didn't consider some of this additional data significant or relevant to your opinion, it looks like, would you agree that his line is pretty much as close as you can get to the actual data as you could be?
I've not argued that he's doing a statistical matching. I've said that all along. What I'm suggesting is that a 75R4 is going to anticipate less than 10% of the polls are retired through age 60. And that is not at all realistic to consider that. And why matching points and doing a statistical analysis or mathematical analysis is not reasonable for this account, because it clearly shows the percentage of retirements going forward to be less than 10% through age 60, and that can't happen going forward. And that's why this estimate of a 75R4 by Mr. Garrett isn't reasonable.
So at the bottom of page 99, he says the OLT curve has an adequate amount of retirement history and follows a trajectory that is fairly typical of the retirement rate of utility property. Did I read that correctly?
You read it correctly. I disagree
Okay,
with the statement.
I haven't asked you another question. Thank you. So he then, on the next page, says that he uses what you call the statistical method. He then uses, in addition, the mathematical. So what I'm seeing here from his testimony is that there's, according to Mr. Garrett, there's an adequate amount of retirement history. It follows a trajectory that is fairly typical of the retirement rate of utility property, and that he then, as a check, uses the statistical or mathematical fit, which it works in all ways that gives, as much as I've ever seen in doing these cases, as pretty on point as I've ever seen a curve be. So are you saying that he only used in this instance the mathematical curve and that he did not look at the retirement history of the OLT curve, and that he considered in his expert judgment that it's fairly typical of the retirement rate of utility property? So to make it clear, my question is, are you saying that, notwithstanding what he said at the bottom of page 99, are you saying that all he used was the statistical means of fitting to the OLT curve for this account? Is that what you're saying?
What I have stated numerous times, that you have taken a visual and a mathematical calculation and made them the same thing. So in a sense, all he's doing is a mathematical calculation. And why I say that his reference is that there's fairly typical of the retirement rate of utility property, I'm saying it's not, and particularly not as you look forward. Poles will get retired more than 10% in the first 60 years, which is what his chart represents. And I'm trying to explain to you that that is not a representation of the retirement rate of a utility property in this account. So that is why when you look at his emphasis of a visual and mathematical calculation, it's really just a mathematical calculation, and
But
why
he
he's
says
matching
it.
it.
Mr. Alexander, just hold on a second. Go ahead and finish, please.
The presentation that he has, sorry, yeah. Yep. And the reason why I say that is because of the fact that you look at his SSD, which is the statistical or mathematical calculation. That's what he emphasizes on page 100. And the only thing he talks about is that it's a reasonable trajectory of retirement rates, and I'm saying it's not. So if that's the case, the only thing he could have done was a mathematical calculation.
So you're saying he didn't do what he said he's doing. That's all I want to clarify.
Objection asked and answered.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
I'm not sure what you are saying that he's doing. You're only talking about a sentence that just says fairly typical of retirement rate of utility property. That's not doing anything. That's just stating, a matching of the statistical points. So I guess if you can clarify to me what is meant by that, then I can say whether it's doing anything different or not. Likely, but based on what I read here, he's done a mathematical calculation and emphasized that as his way of coming up with a 75 R4.
Okay, and then count 365. Okay, so then if we turn to, again in the same place, it's Exhibit JJS-2A, page 68 of 206. And then at the bottom, the page number in Roman numerals is VII-18. And they're both account 365, overhead conductors and devices clearing. Am I in the right? Yes.
So you're on account 365. In this witness's testimony, it's Exhibit JJS-2A, page 68 of 206, which is VII-18. And in your witness's testimony, it's page 101.
Page 101 or 103? Did I get it wrong?
They're two different accounts.
Oh, so it's 101?
Yes.
Okay, so here, I'll tell you what, I'm going to move on for a second. if I may. And I'm going to go to figure 20, account 365, overhead conductors and devices. Thank you. Figure 20 on Mr. and Mr. Garrett's direct testimony. Account 365, overhead conductors and devices clearing. And that's the difference, the clearing. And that's on page 103 of Mr. Garrett's direct testimony. Do you have it with you? Do you have
Yes, I do.
Okay. And now I'm looking at
Mr. Spanos, does that correspond to your exhibit JJS-2A, page 71?
Yes, that is the clearing account.
Mr. Alexander, do you have that, page
Um,
71 of 206?
yeah, I'm getting
Sure.
it's hard for me to separate the papers. Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, see, it's still hard. Yes, thank you. It's page 71, and this is also account 365, overhead conductors and devices clearing. So these two, Mr. Garrett's on page 103, and on your survivor curve, it's page number 71 of 206, JJS-2A, and these are the same account, the curves that each of you recommend. Is that correct?
I recommend for this account a 70R4, and Mr. Garrett recommends an 80R4. So we have
Okay.
different curves.
So, again, it looks like from getting close to 80 years, there is, it's hard for me to read even. It seems that from, you have the actual data because it's hard to see because it's kind of on the line, and it's not in color in mine. It looks like you have the actual data going up to, I don't know, about 75 years.
We both go to the entire curve on this one of 78.
Okay. And then your curve does a more steep descent than Mr. Garrett's curve. Is that correct?
Well, the R4 has the same type of dispersion pattern. Mine represents an average life of 70. His represents an average life of 80. So the shape of the curve is the same.
But yours does a more a steeper decline than Mr. Garrett's, correct?
Well, it starts earlier in the ages. It's the same percentage of decline, but related to a 70-year life, average life, not an 80-year average life.
Well, I'll just look at it this way. For the reasons you disagree with Mr. Garrett, but from a visual standpoint, isn't Mr. Garrett's closer to the actual data than yours is visually?
In this particular account, you have to understand that clearing hasn't been recorded as transactional data throughout the entire life cycle. So you haven't seen retirements here that you'll now start to see going forward. So there haven't been any retirements that have been recorded to this account through 2022. So this is an entirely judgmental account. There's no statistical data that can help you come up with an estimate here.
Well, in this one, and I'm not sure this responds. So anyway, my question, which your answer was not responsive to, my question was, visually, is Mr. Garrett's curve closer to the actual data than your curve, visually? And I ask you just simply yes or no, visually.
There are no transactions, so yes, the 80 R4 will have less retirement experience, so it will match those points if you're trying to statistically match an account that has 0 retirements.
All right, so now I'm going to thank you. So now I'm going to go to, he agrees with you that there's not enough retirement experience to get a clear indication of the retirement dispersion. That's basically agreeing with you. But he also says if you go to line 5 on 103, of the assets that reach 76 years of age in this account, 100% are still surviving. Is he wrong about that?
No, I've stated that there
Okay.
haven't been any recorded retirements during the period 1997 to 2022, and that's because of the way the requirements for recording retirements and clearing have not been segregated until just now.
So this is the difference between expert judgment. He says, Mr. Garrett says for the 70-year average life, and these are lines 6, 7, 8 on 103, your life estimates to be accurate, there would need to be a significant amount of retirements occurring in the relatively near future. At this time, Mr. Garrett believes it's prudent to give more credence to the historical data presented in the account, despite the fact that there is not yet enough retirement history to accurately produce a dispersion pattern. So my question is, based on that, isn't this a disagreement not about mathematical, a disagreement of the application of expert judgment between you and Mr. Garrett before he gets to the checking of the mathematical sum of the squares? Before we get to that, doesn't what he says here represents a difference in your and his expert judgment?
Given the fact that there's no data to work with, yeah, that's the only conclusion, is that he had a different judgment. But in my opinion, it's not realistic, which is what I've been trying to say, because of the fact that the expect assets to last that long going forward is not realistic based on the fact that we haven't been recording clearing retirements up to date. So the data that you're seeing here is not truly representative of the requirements for clearing that's going forward. And that's why you're going to see a higher level of retirements going forward for the clearing account that is associated with the actual overhead conductor, which is in account 36500, which you are seeing high levels of retirements for at the early ages. So it's now going to start to blend into the clearing account.
Well, thank you. I'm going to go to page 108 of Mr. Garrett's direct testimony. And you and he have a disagreement about the service life for its software accounts. And he says at the bottom that for different accounts included in your study, and I'm on line 15 of page 108, which he doesn't propose any adjustments to, the company generally met its burden to make a convincing showing that its proposed depreciation rates were not excessive. But if we go to 109, he does disagree because he says that while software, general software, may have on average only 7 years, that's not the same for large enterprise software systems because they can be customized to the specific needs of the company. And he gives an example if you go to page 110 for enterprise resource planning on line 6. He says, according to a report by CGI Consulting Services, SAP systems can last 25 or 30 years, and he gives a specific example on pages, the bottom of 110 to 111, where the utility itself, Florida Power and Light, when they introduced SAP's enterprise software, they had previously said it was 5 years, but then they themselves made a filing to extend the amortization, and this is now I'm on 111, lines 9 to 12. The company is requesting to extend the amortization period of this system from 5 to 20 years in order to more appropriately recognize the longer benefit period expected from this major business system. And I'm not going to go through it. Is that in line by line or anything? He says the Oklahoma Commission rejected a 5-year, and he recommends a 10-year amortization period for these software efforts. So, given all of that, my first question is, do you agree that business enterprise software, large business enterprise software, has the same relatively short life of just general software that small business may use or people use at home?
You first have to understand the asset categories and how they're being treated before I can answer that question. The first thing is that you have to determine upgrades as to whether they're going to be capitalized or not. In the case of First Energy, the company that shares all these assets, they have upgrades that they capitalize. And that's why all of the entities have a 7-year life, because of the fact that they add their asset, they do their normal upgrades. Other entities may expense those because they view it just to be a component of the software package. So I do feel as though the bigger software systems will have a longer overall life than you have for smaller software systems. However, you have to understand how those assets are being capitalized and whether upgrades are capital or not. And when you have upgrades that are capitalized, like you have for First Energy, you have to match the useful life up through the period of time that you're going to have the upgrade and capitalization. That's what First Energy as a whole does, and they share these assets between all of the entities, and all of them have a 7-year recovery pattern because of the way they capitalize. So that is the process that happens for First Energy, and why an example for Florida Power and Light is not the same thing because of the way they account for these assets and the way they're being utilized and what's in the account. In this particular account, you have more than just a big software system. You have some of the general software as well. So that's why the 7-year life represents the practices of First Energy.
Does First Energy Services Company, which serves all of the subsidiaries of First Energy, do you know if they have enterprise software systems?
First Energy does, and this is a component of it, and I know that all of the other entities in West Virginia, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey, the ones I deal with, all are using a 7-year life for this because of the way they capitalize it.
I'm sorry, that wasn't my question. First Energy Services Company does, for example, because it's more efficient, it does some of the accounting for each of the utilities, and they have their own, including oftentimes paychecks and salaries and other stuff. Do you know if they have the enterprise computer systems that help serve all of the First Energy subsidiaries, including Potomac Edison?
They do. The assets that we're looking here are those components that are the shared portion for Potomac Edison, and they have the same types of assets that are shared for Mon Power and the 3 Ohio companies and the 4 Pennsylvania companies and Jersey Central. All of those have the same assets that trickle down from the service company.
So you're dividing the enterprise software, the network enterprise software, from First Energy Services Corp. You're dividing that by the number of the regulated utility companies that are subsidiaries of First Energy and that are serviced by the First Energy Services Corporation. Otherwise, I'm not understanding. I'm sorry.
There are assets that are assigned because they're service company assets that get allotted or aligned to each of the representative entities in each state. They're going to have those same components because they're shared assets. So each gets their portion of the assets, and in this particular case, this is for intangible plan I'm talking about. They all recover it over a 7-year life because it's the same asset across the board.
Well, when they all recovering it over 7 years, but you're doing some sort of division or cumulative, Tim, because what I'm hearing you say is that if they're all discounting to 7 years, then the main enterprise software is only 7 years. But the other way of looking at it is what I'm hearing you say is that the enterprise software could be 25 or 30 years, but each one of them, each one of the subsidiaries, that's being divided among them. So each of them goes down to 7 years. They're sharing the extended ones in their depreciation accounting. That's what I'm hearing you say, but am I hearing it wrong?
Objection, Your Honor. He's answered the question, and the record speaks for itself.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain that because that's not what I heard him say. So I'm going to go ahead and sustain it. You've asked the question, and then you've kind of rephrased it, but I don't think the rephrasing is accurate as to what the transcript will show. So I'm going to sustain that objection. You can ask your next question.
If I may, Your Honor, may I have a
Sure.
David? Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to leave that line of questioning. I think I either may have 2 more or none. On page 112 of Mr. Garrett's direct, lines 9 to 12, he poses the question, is it uncommon for utilities to utilize amortization periods of up to 15 years for its software assets? And he says, no. In fact, Gannett Fleming, I believe that's your employer or company, has recommended average service lives ranging from 10 to 15 years in other cases for software assets. And he makes a footnote of 126 where he cites to various cases, including your testimony filed on December 31, 2018. It's the application of Oklahoma Gas and Electric Company, and he has it as Exhibit JJS-2, Table 1, period. So is what he said in lines 9 to 12, is that inaccurate?
No, and I've explained why they have different life character amortization periods than what we have here. There are numerous amortization periods, and it all is based on how things are capitalized. When you have all these software packages are capitalized, and you have upgrades to them. And depending on how the utility has worked their upgrades and what's within the account, because it's still group depreciation, you're going to develop amortization periods that's consistent with how you capitalize. And in this case, the company capitalizes on a 7-year cycle based on their upgrades. Some of these other companies don't have those intermediate upgrades until they do a certain percentage of an upgrade, and they will have a longer life. And those are the examples that Mr. Garrett has brought up in this particular.
You've mentioned.
Mr. Alexander, just one moment. Is your response, so Mr. Alexander asked both about Mr. Garrett's testimony, lines 9 through 12 on that page, 112, and also about the footnote. Was your response solely to lines 9 through 12, or was it specifically also about those examples mentioned in the footnote?
The examples in the footnote are in his support of the 10 to 15 years that Gannett Fleming has also recommended. So they're both linked together.
Right. You stated that Potomac Edison, you talked about the 7 years in Potomac Edison, and then said that other companies amortize in a different manner. When you were speaking of other companies, are you familiar with these examples in the footnote? Or are you just speaking in general? As in Potomac Edison and then everyone else, or other companies, or Potomac Edison and these companies in the footnote?
Potomac Edison and these companies in the footnote were what I was specifically talking about, but it does apply across the board. There are numerous utilities that have a 5-year amortization period, a 7-year, a 10-year, and a 15-year. Mr. Garrett in here has emphasized the few that I was part of that included a 10 or 15-year.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Just in your answer to here, you used the word a number of times, capitalize. Can you please briefly explain what you mean by capitalize in this context?
Sure. So let's talk about a software package. Let's say we spend $10 million to buy a software package, okay, in 2022, okay? You're going to utilize that software package for its needs to meet your demands and the purpose of it, that intangible plan. In this case, for First Energy, they get to year 7 and they say, we need to do an upgrade, a substantial upgrade so that we can continue to use this software. So now they have recovered the initial software over 7 years, and the upgrade under capital would then be recovered over another 7 years.
So when you say under capital,
it's a capital activity. So capital dollars spent, so you're going to recover it over 7 years. Those new dollars. The difference is that another utility would say, okay, we're going to spend $10 million. That we're going to say that asset's going to be recovered over 15 years. However, at year 7, we're going to do our upgrades, and it's going to be expensed. So that means it hits right away for immediate 1-year recovery. That's the process that they're still spending the same amount of money, but one is recovering the full amount over a 7-year period and then recovering the additional amount, what's left over a 7-year period, while the first one has a capital recovery of over 15 years of the initial investment and has a 1-year expense that is not as smooth a process.
And this is?
Those are acceptable practices based on how you're to treat intangible property. You have to do one or the other.
Okay, so the company can just say whatever they want to say about how long the software will last and how much is capitalized and when it'll be replaced. It's just up to them.
No. We are amortizing the assets based on matching the utilization of the assets to the recovery of the assets, just like everything else. So what they have established is, based on the amount of time before they have a major upgrade, not just intermediate upgrades, but a major upgrade is 7 years, which is pretty long for almost any type of software package. They expect 7 years out of it. Where the other companies say, we're going to continually upgrade, but we're not going to view those as capital improvements. We're going to view those as expense, and they're going to hit the books differently than if you had everything over a certain period of time. What you'll find is the recovery practice that First Energy is doing is a much smoother process and a more reasonable expectation over the entire useful life of the utilized software versus the other processes which are using expense, and you have less capital recovery or rate-based recovery, but you have these big hits of expense midway through. It all depends on how you want to look at it, but both practices are acceptable practices within the industry on how to handle intangible plant.
So just to round home, you keep using the 7 years, 5 years, 10 years. I just want to make sure there's something we started first with, is that do you agree that business enterprise software can survive or last a lot longer than general software that businesses may use? Do you agree or disagree with that?
I agree with that as long as it has its appropriate upgrades, one way or another.
All right. Your Honor, thank you for your patience. Thank you, Mr. Smith, with your patience. That is the conclusion of my cross, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Staff?
Hunter Davis on behalf of staff. I just have a few questions. I think we've already established that with regard to the life analysis of the plants, that the would you agree that that your expert judgment is a strong factor in this, in the life analysis study?
In all my analysis, I combined statistical analysis and judgment. I view that judgment has to be a key point, and that judgment, again, is conducting studies, understanding the industry, talking to those within the industry as to what's expected, and seeing the assets so you know how they're going to react. So all of that leads into my judgment. So I don't want to necessarily weight it one way or another, but it is always a part of every single estimate.
Okay. So then, would you then agree that one of the primary purposes of these life analysis in a rate proceeding is to create a analysis that is replicable and transparent?
I do. I think the key, though, is we are not attempting to replicate the past. We are working to predict the future, and that's what an estimate does. So I don't view anything in the study that is not clear as to how that's being done.
So by replicable, I mean by other qualified depreciation experts.
It's hard for me to judge how other experts will interpret the information that I have. And again, in doing a full life analysis, you have to go look at the assets and you have to ask people how they operate, what's being gone. So if the transparency that you're asking is for me to do a data dump of 37 years of doing site visits and life analysis, that's pretty hard. But when I hear information that is consistent from study to study, that is what I view to be general judgment that isn't necessarily something you write down in a report.
So are you saying that you don't believe that a different depreciation expert would be able to reach the same conclusions that you did?
Each depreciation person is going to weight the amount of information that they have in whichever way they want. I think that based on all that I've supplied in this case, I think that others can understand how I'm getting my estimate, if that's answering your question. I mean, you have to look at the industry statistics that I've supplied. You look at the understanding of the statistics, and you also look at what's going on in the industry, which is general information, attending the Society of Depreciation professional meetings, going to AGA, EEI meetings, so you understand all that's going on. All that is information that, in my opinion, would lead to the estimates that I've recommended, or relatively close to that.
So I don't believe that you really answered the question. So do you believe that another depreciation expert would be able to reach the same conclusions that you reached in your testimonies?
I don't know how to answer that differently, other than I can say that other experts that are presenting full depreciation studies are coming up with similar estimates that I do. Now, I can't view the work that Mr. Garrett or Mr. Guerin are doing based on whether they can see that or not. So it's hard for me to answer your question because I don't know their thought process. I know that we have similar disagreements as to the amount of informed judgment, and I've tried to express that, all my informed judgment within reason, to each account so that they can see what estimate I've come up with.
Okay. So then would you then agree that the mathematical analysis and historical experience of the company are very important in conducting the life analysis?
You have to conduct it to be able to understand what's happened in the past, but that's telling you what's happened in the past. A purpose of a depreciation study is to expect what's going to happen going forward. So you have to go beyond that, and that's what I've done. I've talked about throughout my testimony all the different factors that come into play and things that help shape the full curve and the life expectancy of assets and the full life cycle of the assets.
So do you agree or not?
I'm not sure what I missed from
So do you agree that mathematical analysis and historical experience of the company are important factors of the life analysis study?
I think I answered that was what as part of what I've done. But yes, it is an important factor for understanding what's happened in the past, for life analysis, not for life estimation. And depreciation studies are life estimation.
So then would you agree, as it relates to life analysis, that historical data and mathematical analysis can be used to accurately conduct, in addition to, of course, your expert judgment, but do you believe that these three factors put together can accurately conduct a life analysis?
Not completely, because if you are blinded by the analysis, you're not going to come up with reasonable estimates. And as an example, I'll give you account 365 overhead conductor, where Mr. Guerin's estimated a 78.01. That says that on average, conductors are going to last 78 years and a maximum of 160 years. If you do statistical matching, that's not relevant. That's not realistic to expect that much of your overhead conductor to last over 80 years, over 100 years, over 120, over 150, and still be reliable. If I was a customer, I wouldn't want that. And if you're just going to matching the points, then it's not relevant. So that's kind of my point as to blind statistical analysis is not reasonable.
So the question was, would you agree that historical data, mathematical analysis, and the expert judgment combined can create this? I'm not being specific to a certain type of data or analysis, not specific to weighting one or the other more than one or the other. Just simply, would you agree that historical data and mathematical analysis, in conjunction with expert judgment, can accurately produce a life analysis?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Go ahead. Next question.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Walmart?
No cross, Your Honor.
Potomac Edison?
No redirect, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. Thank you for your patience today. I don't have any questions for you.
Okay.
You can be released.
Thank you.
Next witness for Potomac Edison.
Your Honor, can we ask for a 5-minute recess,
Yes,
please? Thank you.
absolutely. we'll go off the record for 5 minutes.
All righty. Ah.
Okay, so because there's so much, it has to be spread over 3 binders. But
Okay.
but only 2 apply to you, so don't.
Okay.
So I'm gonna put the one that doesn't apply over here.
Okay.
So
That's my
here's
rebuttal.
everybody's
Okay.
direct. So you
Okay.
just find your name. You are.
Where are we using this exhibit? I'm
I
assuming
can
Valdez.
actually flip it straight to you.
Okay.
Same thing with rebuttal.
I think it's when
You
not gonna use
are
it.
here. So there you go. So if
Okay.
so if anyway, so any
If it gets moved. or-
somebody
Okay.
else's testimony or
Okay.
gets moved, everybody's in here, everything's in there. Then there's also the intervener testimony.
Okay.
So this
Okay, it's there if you need it. I don't know if
almost
you want to use it for
every
Ashton or Valdez, but it's on the card if you need it.
except for Thomas. This is binder 1 of 2, and I put OPC. I mean, you can just flip, you'll
Okay.
take your time to find it. It's not, there's any rush. This is most, this is Thomas,
30 years.
OPC, and then staff and everybody else. And then, sorry, that's their direct and rebuttal
No, I
testimonies. And then their surrebuttals
Okay.
are in this one. So I'll just here.
Okay.
But yeah, everything's there. I can come up.
I know.
You know what I mean? If you're, yeah, but
It kind of hurts,
not
right?
a-
People say 35 years. I'm like, man, I might be old. I'm like,
Yeah,
holy cow, I've been working on
totally.
All righty, well.
I'm gonna switch over to water. I've had so much caffeine, I'm shaking.
Yeah. All right, let's have the last one. All right, I think I outlined half my brief. That's good.
Yeah.
I do about 10 cost adjustments, and I think I've outlined about half of them.
That's what I do in these hearings too. I figure
Yeah.
out what the brief is.
Yeah.
And that's my cross. I just cross on what I want to get in the brief, and that's it.
Well, it's funny because my analysts, who are always swamped by
And I'll
great
never
cases,
be able to read
they always say, with some justification to the lawyers, all you guys do is write a brief that summarizes, we spent 50 hours researching and writing something, and you spend 5 minutes cutting and pasting
And
our
we pick and
conclusions.
choose.
Yeah.
It's all cherry picked.
We cut and paste what they've done.
That
Or
is
it's-
true, but
Unfortunately, it is true.
on the other hand, most of the analysts are pretty. They do the same thing over and over again.
Yeah.
We've
Well,
gotta-
this
we've
is
gotta be
fair
a little
too.
more creative.
This is fair too. Truth be told,
Yeah.
there's a lot of cutting and pasting.
do it safer.
Oh, sorry. Oh my God.
You want it? Probably a little safer to. He was. Well, you got to be able to slide it in there.
Okay, we can go back on the record. Potomac Edison, you want to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Joseph Curran on behalf of Potomac Edison. Your Honor, will be calling our next witness is Miss Tracy Ashton.
Ms. Ashton, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony today will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
Will you state your first and last name for the record and spell them, please?
Tracy Ashton, TracyAshton.
Your witness, Mr. Curran.
Miss Ashton, will you provide your position and address?
I'm an assistant controller corporate for First Energy, and my address is 76 South Main Street, Akron, Ohio, 44308.
Thank you. Miss Ashton, do you have before you a document entitled The Direct Testimony of Tracy M. Ashton, dated March 22nd, 2023, consisting of 40 pages and 2 exhibits?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, we would like to mark this as Potomac Edison Exhibit number 33.
33 is marked.
And Ms. Ashton, do you also have before you a document entitled The Rebuttal Testimony of Tracy M. Ashton, dated June the 30th, 2023, consisting of 14 pages and no exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And Your Honor, we would respectfully request that this be marked as Potomac Edison Exhibit number 34.
34 is marked.
Ms. Ashton, were these testimonies prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections, additions, or deletions to these testimonies?
No, I do not.
So if I were to ask you the same questions today that are contained in your direct and rebuttal testimonies, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And are the testimonies true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we would ask that Potomac Edison Exhibits 33 and 34 be moved into evidence.
Any objection? Hearing none, company exhibits 33 and 34 are admitted.
And Your Honor, we have no live rejoinder for this witness. She's available for cross-examination.
Office of People's Counsel?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Ms. Ashton.
Good afternoon.
I'm Scott Strauss. I'm going to ask you a few questions today on behalf of the Office of People's Counsel. Now, I heard you just say you are an employee of First Energy. Is that correct?
Yes, First Energy Service Company.
Oh, okay. So you are an employee of the First Energy Services Company. Is that correct?
Yes,
And just to be clear, you're not an employee of Potomac Edison. Is that correct?
I am not.
Okay. All right. Let's look at your direct testimony. That's Exhibit 33. If you could turn to page 38. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay, at the bottom of the page, I'm focusing on your sentence at lines 21 to 22, where you state that the company has ample control over the FESC cost. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the company to which you're referring there, is that Potomac Edison?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to show you a document. And then, excuse me, at line, just to be clear, at line 22, you say a PE reviews monthly the amounts FESC bills to it. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to show you a document and have it marked. It is a data response to OPC question DR 1.13. And I would ask that it be marked as OPC Exhibit 15. You could take a moment and look at it. This is a data response that you provided to an OPC discovery request. Let me know when you've had a chance to look at it.
Yes.
You have reviewed it?
Yes.
And I take it you stand by the answer today?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, thank you. All right, so putting together the passage in your direct testimony, that's Exhibit 33 on page 38 down there at the bottom of the page, and this data request, When you say PE reviews monthly the amounts FESC bills to it, you mean that FESC employees perform those monthly reviews. Do I have that right?
So, First Energy Service Company employees do review monthly billings via review of financial data as part of the closing process. Does an individual from Potomac Edison review the monthly bills? I don't know that answer.
Well, on page 38 of your testimony, Exhibit 33 at line 22, you say PE reviews monthly the amounts FESC bills to it. Do you see that? And in your data response, I'm sorry, you have to answer affirmatively. You do see that. And in your data response to a data request 1.13a, you're asked to identify the individuals employed by PE who performed that review, and your answer is that the activities are performed by employees of FESC. Do you see that?
Yes.
So what's the basis for the statement that PE reviews monthly the amounts FESC bills to it on page 38 of Exhibit 33?
As described here in the data request, the service company employees are charged with acting on behalf of Potomac Edison. It's part of their job responsibility.
Okay, so the review that we're talking about on the bottom of page, just to be clear, the review that we're talking about on the bottom of page 38 is review that's performed by FESC employees. Is that correct?
Yes, the reviews that were specifically identified in the data request in front of me are performed by FESC.
All right, thank you. Let's turn now to page 39 of your direct testimony, Exhibit 33. You see at lines 2 to 4, you talk about more than adequate opportunities for effective communications and coordination of service issues between PE and FESC. I truncated that a little bit. Do you see that statement?
Yes.
And then let's look at your data response again, Exhibit 15. Subpart B, you're asked to identify the individuals who engage in this coordination. And the answer is this is performed by the FESC employees. Do you see that?
Yes.
So the coordination to which you refer on page 39 is between FESC employees and not among PE and FESC employees. Do I have that right?
Yes, in my testimony, I also talk about the audits that are performed as well, but yes.
All right, let's look further down on page 39. You mention at line 4, you refer to executive and director level oversight. Do you see that on page 39?
Yes.
And again, if we look at the data response, Exhibit 15, this time in subpart C, the executive and director level oversight you're talking about is oversight by FESC personnel. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then finally, at lines 6 to 8 on page 39, you mentioned that Potomac Edison and First Energy have implemented various steps to increase certain controls on the identification of non-recoverable costs. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then again in Exhibit 15, this is subpart D, the individuals involved in providing input for this implementation are FESC employees, not Potomac Edison employees. Is that correct?
Yes, I think as Ms. Coleflesh testified this morning, one of the examples of that is the analysis she does monthly to look at whether certain items should have been excluded from the rate case. So she was acting on behalf of Potomac Edison.
Thank you. I was actually going to ask you about that. So when we're talking about review of PE bills by FESC, one of the reviews that goes on is Ms. Coleflesh's, I'll call ad hoc review of the entries, accounting entries, on a monthly basis. Would that be correct? Was that what you were referring to?
So one example of the controls, and I can't speak to anything other than what I heard Ms. Coleflesh say, is that she, as part of this case, reviewed the results for costs that were billed to service company, or from service company to Potomac Edison for proper rate making.
And you were here this morning. I think you said you heard Ms. Coleflesh's testimony.
Yes.
Did you hear her say that she had conducted that review in the context of the test year for this proceeding?
Yes, I do believe so.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to show you another document. This is the it's a data response. It is the response to OPC data request number 4.3, but this is from case 9667, not this case. And 9667 is a case that involves a review of the Ohio HB6 activities, and we're going to have a discussion about that.
Mr. Strauss, the last document that you used in cross-examination just now, is that otherwise in the record?
The exhibit 15. I don't believe it is. If it is, I'm mistaken.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're marking it as exhibit 15.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this next one is 16.
16, correct. This is exhibit 16.
So in case 9667, PE's response to OPC's data request 4.3 is marked as OPC exhibit 16.
And if you could take a moment and have a look at that. I recognize you're not the sponsor of this response, but if you could just have a look at it, had a question about it.
Okay.
Okay, do you see the statement, PE does review and analyze FESC charges on a recurring basis and seeks additional information? Do you see that?
Yes.
In line with your previous testimony, the review that you're talking, that is being referred to in this data response, that would be a review that's conducted by First Energy Service Company and not by PE employees. Is that consistent with your understanding?
I don't know whether counsel or Mark Myers respond to this, but I don't know what review he is aware of and he's referring to here.
Do you know Mr. Myers?
Yes.
He's not a Potomac Edison employee, is he?
I do not believe so.
Would it be correct that he's the Ohio Business Services Manager for First Energy? Does that sound right to you?
No, I believe he is the New Jersey, Maryland, and West Virginia manager.
Okay.
Possibly at the time of this data request, he might have been the Ohio, but currently he's New Jersey, Maryland, and West Virginia.
Well, he may want to update his LinkedIn, but in any event, let me go ahead. As you sit here today, would it be correct that you are not aware of any Potomac Edison employee who reviews and analyzes FESC charges on a recurring basis? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. The data response goes on, and this is not an objection. I assume it's a statement by Mr. Myers. He states that he's not aware of a formal objection to any FESC charge for the period January 1st, 2012 through December 31st, 2020. Do you see that?
Yes.
Are you aware of any formal objection that has been submitted by Potomac Edison to an FESC charge since January 1st, 2021?
No, I'm not aware.
Yeah. You have any reason to doubt the accuracy of the statement in the data response that there's been no formal objection to any FESC charge for the period January 1, 2012 through December 31, 2020?
No.
No. Okay, thank you. Turning back to your direct testimony at page 17, that's Exhibit 33. Do you see on lines 11 to 13, you reference a service agreement that you've attached as Exhibit TMA1 to your testimony?
Yes.
Could you turn to that for a moment, that exhibit?
There.
You're familiar with the document? I assume it's attached to your testimony?
Yes.
And I see what you've submitted is a form of service agreement. Is that correct? There are no signatures.
Yes.
Is there an executed version of this agreement?
Not of this agreement as it's currently drafted. This has not yet been executed.
Oh, so this is an unexecuted service agreement that has not yet been executed.
Correct, but there is an executed document prior to this that exists.
So this document is not currently in effect. Is that correct?
This is an unexecuted document, yes, so it is a proposed service company agreement.
Oh, when was it proposed?
I'm not aware of when it was drafted.
By whom was it proposed?
I'm not aware of who proposed it.
How did you come to possess it and include it in your testimony?
I received a draft of it that was included in a filing in a separate proceeding in the state of Pennsylvania.
And the prior document that you say is currently in effect, have you ever seen that?
Yes.
Do you know why the prior document is apparently at some point going to be replaced by the document in Exhibit TMA1? Or is that true? I mean, is that the plan? Let me start with that.
Yeah, my understanding is there were edits that were made to the service agreement, such as clarifying the description of the services in one in A and B, updating the description of services in Exhibit A of this document to be more reflective of the organization structure today.
Do you know the prior agreement, the one that's currently in effect, do you know when that was executed?
I do not know when it was executed.
Okay. So when you say in your testimony on page 17 at lines 11 to 13, a full list of the description and services provided, the basis for that is this unexecuted service agreement. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, let me just flip to that.
Sure.
Page
That's
17.
17, lines 11 to 13.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. When you say at that page 17 at the lines 11 to 13, a full list and description of the services is set forth in Exhibit A. The basis for that statement is this unexecuted service agreement. Do I have that right?
Well, this is referring to Exhibit TMA1, but there are existing services being provided under the existing service company agreement.
So are you relying for that statement on an executed service agreement that you have not provided or the unexecuted service agreement that you did provide? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I would say I'm referring to the document in Exhibit TMA1.
Thank you. I want to show you another document. This is a data response that was provided by Potomac Edison in case 9667. It is headed confidential, but we have spoken with Mr. Trout, and my understanding is we are permitted to use it on the public record. And I'd like to have it marked as Exhibit 17.
So Exhibit 17 is marked. Mr. Trout, this can be on the public hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you would take a look at this, this is a data request in which Potomac Edison was asked to provide all documents that set out the duties and obligations of Potomac Edison to First Energy Service Company and vice versa. Do you see that?
Yes.
I'll try it again. The request asked for all documents that set out the duties and obligations of Potomac Edison to First Energy Services and vice versa. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you see the bottom that the date of the submission of this response was September 27th, 2021? Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know whether the service agreement that we were discussing earlier that you say has been executed, do you know whether it was in effect on September 27th, 2021?
Yes, it was.
It was. Is it your understanding that that service agreement sets out duties and obligations of Potomac Edison to First Energy Services or vice versa?
I'm not sure what's meant by duties and or obligations to First Energy Service Company. And I can't speak to what counsel or Mary Swan considered when they responded to this.
Yeah, well, let me ask it this way. The document that you've provided that's in Exhibit TMA1, would you think that that sets out duties and obligations of Potomac Edison to First Energy and vice versa, First Energy Services?
Objection, Your Honor. He's asking for a legal conclusion from this witness.
It's her exhibit.
I'm going to allow the question.
Thank you.
I think the service company agreement is a contract between the two parties for services. That would be my opinion.
And that opinion, I assume, means that it does set out duties and obligations of the two parties to each other. Would that be correct?
Same objection, Your Honor.
I think she's answered the question to the best of her ability.
Okay, fair enough. Look at the substance of the response. There's a statement, the Potomac Edison Company does not have any duties or obligations to First Energy Services Company. Is that your understanding as of September of 2021?
I'm sorry, I'm going to have a continuing line of objections to asking an accounting witness legal conclusions about the duties and obligations of the operating companies. She's in the accounting department. She is not an attorney.
So I'm going to ask the witness to answer the question to the best of your ability within your field of expertise, if you know the answer.
I would answer it as I had. My understanding is that the agreement sets out services that are to be provided by service company to
This-
Potomac Edison.
The service agreement in effect on September 27, 2021, does it, to your understanding, I haven't seen it, but to your understanding, does it obligate Potomac Edison to pay for those services?
Yes.
So at least to that extent, the agreement reflects an obligation on the part of Potomac Edison, correct?
From an accounting standpoint, yes, Potomac Edison is required to pay for the services they receive.
And do you see, I've attached to the Exhibit 17 the two attachments that were received. Would you please confirm for the record that the attachments do not include the service agreement, which you've testified to as being in effect in September of 2021?
Yeah, this is not the service agreement.
It's not. Thank you.
Just a moment, Mr. Strauss. Ms. Ashton, have you seen these responses prior to today?
This one,
In case 9667?
I may have seen this in the last week.
Were you a witness in case 9667?
No.
Okay, go ahead. Please continue.
Sure. Your Honor, just state for the record, there were no witnesses in 9667.
Yeah.
It was an investigation that did not lead to a hearing, so there were no witnesses.
I understand.
All right, very well. If we could look back at your exhibit TMA1. This form of service agreement.
Yes.
You see that there is on page 4 of 11, there's a provision called Section 7A, Entire Agreement. It says, this agreement, together with its exhibits, constitutes the entire understanding and agreement of the parties. Do you see that?
Yes.
If you turn to page 3, I'm looking at Section 4.
Page
Page 3 of 11.
Yes. Okay.
Section 4, a section headed Billing and Payment.
Yes.
You see that that section explains how payment for services provided by First Energy to Potomac Edison will be handled. Do you see that?
For services provided by First Energy Service Company. Yes.
The service company, yes.
Yes.
And I have to ask, is this, to the best of your understanding, this provision, billing and payment, is it substantively identical to the service agreement currently in effect, if you know?
I think substantively it's probably similar, yes.
Are you aware of any specific differences?
I'm not aware of differences.
Do you see that this section does not address the situation in which Potomac Edison contests a charge from First Energy Services Company? Is that correct?
I don't explicitly see any information regarding contesting in
If
this
you-
section. No.
If you know, do you know of any provision in this agreement that addresses that situation, the situation of Potomac Edison contesting a charge from First Energy Services Company?
my read of section 1B just relates, in my read of it, would be that they don't have to take certain services. But I think that's the only place, and I'm not an attorney, so I don't know if
No,
legally there's some other interpretation of this. But I think from my perspective as an accountant.
all right, thank you. Let's turn to page 31 of Exhibit 33. Your
My testimony?
Your direct testimony, yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Strauss, where are we?
Page 31 of Exhibit 33, Ms. Ashton's direct testimony. I'm looking at your statement on lines 9 to 10, where you say the billing process is a monthly automated settlement. Do you see that?
Yes.
What do you mean by an automated settlement? What does that mean?
So service company within the system is set out to bill all of its charges to the entities that it provides service to. So that is effectuated through SAP.
And how are the payments for those services effectuated? Through the same system or in some other way?
Yes.
Yes,
Through
the
yes,
sa-
through
the sa-
SAP.
Through SAP. Okay. At same page 31, at lines 12 to 13, you say that the FESC billings to Potomac Edison are reviewed and compared to the budget monthly by the First Energy Utilities Businesses Service Group. You see that?
Yes.
Are you in that group?
No.
You're not. Is Ms. Coleflesh in that group?
No.
No. Okay. So, and the individuals in that group are not Potomac Edison employees. I take it they're First Energy employees. Is that correct?
My understanding is they are First Energy Service Company employees.
Very well. Thank you. Now, over on page 32 of Exhibit 33, down right at the bottom, the last line, 22, there's a sentence that goes over to the next page where you reference a Price Waterhouse document that addresses management's assertion regarding costs allocated to Potomac Edison during 2021. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is the management doing the asserting in this passage a First Energy Service Company or First Energy or Potomac Edison? Which management is it?
Sorry, I'm just looking at the exhibit
Sure.
that it relates to.
Yes, it's your exhibit TMA2. And I believe the document begins on page 3 of that exhibit.
So So the management of and the board of directors of Potomac Edison.
Okay, so it's Potomac Edison's assertions that are being examined by Price Waterhouse in this document. Is that correct?
So PricewaterhouseCoopers addressed their report to the management and the board of directors of Potomac Edison and have said they examined management's assertion. So I would conclude that Potomac Edison is making that assertion.
Okay. This exhibit, TMA2, concludes with the last page is a list of senior officers, I guess at the time of this document, which appears to be June of 2022, in the various companies. First Energy, Potomac Edison, Allegheny Energy, and First Energy Services Company. Do you see that on page 26?
Yes.
And under Potomac Edison, the individual listed at that time as the president is also listed as the senior vice president for operations of First Energy Service Company. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the individual who is the senior vice president and general counsel is also a senior vice president and chief legal officer for First Energy Corporation and for Allegheny Energy Service Company as well. Do you see that?
You're referring to Hyun Park?
I am, and thank you for pronouncing that because I would not have. Thank you, Mr. Park.
Yes.
And Mr. Taylor, who is the CFO for Potomac Edison, is also listed as a senior vice president for First Energy and for First Energy Services Company, correct?
Yes.
And similarly, finally, the vice president and controller of Potomac Edison, Mr. Lisowski, is also an executive at First Energy Services and First Energy. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Looking at, again, at Exhibit TMA2, I'm looking at page 3, the front page of the report. There is a sentence in the fourth paragraph that says, our procedures did not include the independent verification of the completeness of costs subject to an allocation to Potomac Edison. Therefore, we express no opinion regarding this attribute. Do you see that?
Yes.
What do you understand Price Waterhouse to be saying in this sentence?
Exactly as they've written here, that they didn't independently verify the completeness of the costs subject to allocation.
I guess let me ask it this way. What is it that's left unverified, if you're able to tell me?
I don't know what they're referring to. I know that the purpose of their report was to reach a conclusion on management's assertion.
All right. Let's leave that at that for now. Let's look back at your testimony, Exhibit 33, at page 33. You could take a look at the paragraph at lines 4 to 11. You have a look at that and tell me when you've had a chance to read through it.
Yes.
You're there discussing a FERC audit completed in 2022, is that right?
Yes.
FERC being the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, correct?
Their division of audit, yes.
Very well. And on line 4, you say the company underwent an audit, and that's with a capital C. Who's the company in that sentence?
The audit was focused on First Energy Service Company.
Okay, so when you say the company there, you mean First Energy Services Company, is that correct?
Well, I mean, First Energy as a whole went through the audit. It was focused on First Energy Service Company's accounting.
All right, just for a moment, turn to page 38 at line 21.
Okay.
You mentioned the company there, it's with a small c. That's Potomac Edison? Am I right about that?
I don't know if I would differentiate Potomac Edison from First Energy here, but I would argue they're one and the same, but...
Okay, fair enough. You got it. Let's go back to page 33.
Okay.
At lines 9 through 10, you mentioned that the Division of Audits at the FERC recommended First Energy perform an analysis of certain non-recoverable costs. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know what issue was of concern to the Division of Audits that they made that recommendation?
They had a recommendation, which is public in their audit report, around lobbying expenses.
Was the concern that non-recoverable lobbying expenses were ending up in the Potomac Edison and other subsidiary operating company accounts?
So the concern from FERC was that they were being recorded incorrectly to the wrong FERC account per the FERC US of A.
Was the concern that they were being reported to an account where they ended up in customer rates as opposed to a below the line account where they would not end up in rates? Was that the concern?
I mean, the concern was focused on the accounting classification. Whether it got into customer rates would depend on a lot of things, including whether a rate case was ongoing at the period of time the costs were incurred.
Was part of the concern that if the lobbying costs were put into an improper account and a rate case was going on, that those costs could end up in customer rates? Was that a concern?
I mean, I would have to go back and explicitly read the report, but their primary focus is on the accounting classification, and if that resulted in inappropriate, if it resulted in recording, for example, a lobbying expense in the wrong account, and therefore it did get captured in a rate, a customer rate, they would expect the company to refund that.
Okay. And the company did perform the analysis of the non-recoverable costs to which you refer on page 33 at lines 9 to 11. Is that correct?
Yes.
And turning to page 34 of your testimony, starting at line 21, you talk about Mr. Valdez's testimony reflected the amount associated with this category is approximately $196,000. Do you see that?
I do see that, but this category wasn't only related to items identified by FERC. But yes, I see where you're referencing.
Well, I think at line 18 on page 34, you start talking about this, and I believe you are talking there about items identified by FERC: advertising, sponsorship, competitive services, and lobbying. And Mr. Valdez, in his testimony, says that came to about $196,000 in the rates. Is that correct? Is my understanding correct?
So I see where you're reading. I don't recall the FERC providing any sort of recommendation with respect to advertising costs. So FERC provided a finding related to lobbying expenses. Subsequent to that, the company looked at other costs that should be considered for rate making, such as advertising, and reviewed these costs separate from the FERC audit recommendation.
Is your understanding that the $196,000 discussed on pages 34 and 35, that's more than lobbying, that's also advertising, sponsorship, and competitive services as well? Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. All right. And this review that resulted in the $196,000 amount that Mr. Valdez discusses, this covered the period of the FERC audit from 2015 to 2021, except for one item which went back to 2013. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Right. You go back to the Price Waterhouse report, the exhibit TMA2.
Yes.
So if you look at page 3 of 26, the paragraph, one paragraph above the signature, the one that begins in our opinion, do you see that?
Yes.
It says that management's assertion, and I'm going to paraphrase here and correct me if I get it wrong. Management's assertion that costs and transactions were appropriately charged to Potomac Edison in accordance with the criteria set forth in the cost allocation manual for the period ending December 31, 2021 is fairly stated in all material respects. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you reconcile that statement with the finding of the company's internal review following the FERC audit that covered a period that included 2021 and found $196,000 in advertising, lobbying, sponsorships, and competitive services that did not belong in the rates and should not have been allocated to Potomac Edison?
So those are two different things: rate making and the allocation of costs. So I think Ms. Kolflesh gave an example of this today. You can allocate a cost appropriately, and it can be charged to an advertising expense account, but that doesn't mean for rate-making purposes you should capture it in your rates. So my read of this is that First Energy has complied with the cost allocation manual, so the method by which First Energy Service Company allocates its costs.
Okay, so I see. I understand what you're saying. So no question on that. Let me move on. Page 34. I'm looking at your answer that begins on line 4.
Okay.
And you address refunds associated with what you call the Ohio HB6 activities. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what are they?
What are
The Ohio HB6 activities.
So those are the criminal complaints that were filed against Larry Householder.
Yeah. When you use the phrase Ohio HB6 activities, do you intend to refer to any activities by First Energy, not Mr. Householder?
So the full sentence, following the investigation of Ohio House Bill 6 activities, that's referring to the internal investigation that stemmed from the criminal complaints against Larry Householder.
And that investigation would have included First Energy's own actions as well as those of other people external to the company, correct?
I can't speak to the investigation.
Why not?
I was not a part of it.
Well, the next sentence, the sentence goes on, First Energy's board of directors discovered and reported that certain costs may have lacked proper documentation. Do you see that?
Yes.
Have you read the report?
No.
Do you know for a fact whether there is a report?
I don't know, but this sentence, First Energy's board of directors discovered and reported, is referencing a public disclosure that the company made in its SEC filing, where the board of directors reported certain costs may have lacked proper documentation, been improperly classified, or misallocated.
me make sure I understand. You sitting here today, you do not know, you have not seen a document labeled report from the First Energy Board of Directors concerning the subject covered here on page 34 of Exhibit 33. Is that correct?
I have not seen
You have
that.
not seen that. And strike that. Give me a second. And you're saying that First Energy's board reported in some public filing, for example, a filing with the Securities and Exchange Commission. Is that what you had in mind?
Yes.
And do you know whether that public statement to the Securities and Exchange Commission was the basis for Mr. Valdez's testimony concerning the $38,000 of costs that were improperly classified, misallocated, or lacked proper documentation? Do you know whether that was the basis for his examination?
I wouldn't speak for him. I don't know.
You don't know. All right. Give me a moment, Ms. Ashton. Could you turn for a moment to Exhibit 34, your rebuttal?
Okay.
I'm looking at, give me a minute to get there. Are you there?
What page?
12. 12 of 14.
Okay.
Looking at the passage at 10 to 13, if you could review that for a moment. And you say there that the customer refunds related to case 9667 were the result of an investigation of HB6 activities directed by the First Energy Board. And you say First Energy identified certain transactions. Do you see that?
Yes.
And let me just ask you again, where were those identified, those transactions?
I don't know how the board identified the transactions.
But to be clear, it was that identification that led to the calculation of customer refunds related to 9667. Do I have that right?
So my understanding of the refunds in case 9667, my team's role in that really was receiving data from council, vendor names, providing accounting information about those vendors, and providing it to the rates department for Mr. Valdez to calculate his refund.
Okay, thank
That
you.
was the involvement of
Okay.
my team in the calculation of those refunds.
Thank you. That's helpful. Let me make sure I understood what you said. You received, you're the controller's department, just to use a name, received information from council with the names of certain vendors. Is that correct? Did I hear you right?
Yes.
Okay. And the job of the controller's department and Mr. Valdez, who I assume is in the accounting department, or do I have that wrong?
No, Mr. Valdez is in the rates department.
Okay, fair enough. So the job of the controllers and the rates department was to take the names that council provided of those vendors, cull through the company's records, and find those vendor names and charges. In simple terms, is that really what was going on?
So the controller's department, yes, queried SAP accounting records to find any transactions or payments associated with those vendors and provided that to Mr. Valdez in the rates department.
Okay. Did your department, the controller's department, do any independent verification that those were in fact the vendors who were involved in the HB6 activities?
No.
No. Okay. So to the extent, I'm not saying this is the case, but to the extent the vendor list that you received was in some way inaccurate or incomplete, then the calculation that ensued of the refunds might also be inaccurate and incomplete. Is that correct?
I have no reason to believe the list of vendors was incomplete.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you if it was. Assume for the purposes of my question that the list of vendors was inaccurate or incomplete in some fashion. If that was the case, wouldn't it be correct that the analysis that was subsequently done of the refund amounts might also be inaccurate or incomplete?
Objection, Your Honor. He's assuming facts that are not in evidence. He's speculating, and she's not an expert witness. She's not an expert witness on this issue. She's a fact witness. She's a fact. I mean, don't.
I'm sorry.
Don't interrupt me, please. He's assuming. I'm objecting because he's presenting a hypothetical to a witness who is simply providing facts in the case on the customer refunds. She's not an expert witness in that area. She provides expert witness on areas in which counsel has not examined her on pension and OHAB or an OPEB as well as A&G classifications. But presenting a hypothetical to her and when there's no facts in the record to substantiate that is improper.
Mr. Strauss, you kind of asked the question twice, and the way that you asked the question the second time, the objection is sustained.
Perhaps I should go back to the way it was asked the first time. I'm trying to do it in a way that won't engender a successful objection. All I really want to know, Ms. Ashton, is the validity. Let me try it this way. The accuracy of the refund analysis that was done with respect to the 9667 cost depends upon, in part, the list of vendors that you received from counsel. Would that be correct?
I was not asked to validate the completeness or accuracy of the vendor list.
Oh, no, I'm not asking whether you did. I'm simply asking whether that analysis, whether the accuracy and completeness of that analysis, that one component of it would be the accuracy or completeness of the vendor list that was provided by counsel. Is that correct or not?
Yes, to my knowledge, there has not been any additional transactions or vendors identified subsequent.
Sure, but the answer to my question, as I understand it, was yes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Let me ask you this. With respect to your statement on page 12 of Exhibit 34 at line 10, 11, how do you, going back to something you said earlier, how do you know that the vendor list was the result of the investigation directed by the board of directors? How do you know that?
Because First Energy publicly said these transactions were improperly classified, misallocated, or lacked supporting documentation as a result of their investigation.
But they didn't publicly identify the list of the vendors, did they? They being First Energy?
Not to my knowledge.
You received that information from counsel, as you testified earlier. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
That's fine. No problem. That's it. let's go back to Exhibit 33. And,
My direct?
Yes, thank you. And I'm looking at statement, the paragraph that goes from line 3 to 9, the one that.
I'm sorry, what page are you on?
35, I'm sorry, I don't know if I made that clear.
Okay.
I'm looking at the paragraph that goes from lines 3 to 9.
Okay.
If you could have a look at that, I wanted to ask you a question.
Okay.
And you there refer to the retention of an outside firm, Craig Energy and Financial Services. You say that that was done to review and confirm the results of the company's internal review. Why was that necessary?
So I didn't participate in engaging Craig Energy Financial Services. But my understanding is, the company wanted an independent review of the analysis we were performing to review our calculations of our customer refunds.
And the review of which customer refunds are we talking about?
So he was engaged. I think you've seen his report because I think we've produced it. So my understanding of his report is that he did validate the calculations of both the refunds in the 9667 case as well as the refunds that started with the lobbying expenses in the FERC audit and expanded to other types of costs.
When you say validated the 9667 refunds, what do you mean?
My recollection of what he described in his report is he recalculated the refunds to determine if the calculations were reasonable. He did perform additional examinations to look for transactions, but other than what he described in his report, I don't know the steps he performed.
Give me a minute, Your Honor.
Counsel for Potomac Edison, am I correct that while the report that they're talking about was provided in discovery, it is not in the record in this matter?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Do you know whether the CEFS examination that you discuss here on page 35, with respect to the 9667 cost, was limited to litigation costs incurred by the company and penalties paid by the company? Do you know whether it was limited to that?
No, I believe it's section 11 of his report that describes the procedures he performed around the misallocated or misclassified, improperly allocated, and costs that lack supporting documentation. Without it in front of me, I'm not certain, but I know there's a section of his report that describes the procedures around those costs.
Give me a minute, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd like to put this report into the record. It is a confidential document. I did not intend to do that, but it turns out I think I will need to do that. We could have a couple of minutes. I think we have copies of the document that we can use as an exhibit, put it in on a, I think at this point I can put it into the record. There is a section that I want to ask questions about that I've talked with Mr. Trout that I'm able to do on the public record. But there are other sections that I cannot address on the public record, and I'd like to put the document into the record. I'm not planning to ask any questions to the witness about it other than to say, is this the document, and get it into the record.
So, Your Honor, we have no objection to the entire document going into the confidential record that you will have for your decision-making. We had a discussion off the record previously about whether there were two specific pages that could go into the public record, and it's of course entirely at Mr. Strauss's discretion whether he wants to switch gears and use the entire document as opposed to just those two pages. But if the whole document is going to go into the record and the company has no objection to that, which we do not, it would need to go in as a confidential document.
So this is what I'd like to do. I'd like to, by way of bench data request, ask for the confidential full version of that document. I don't know if you have someone on your team who might be able to email that to all the folks who have confidential access in the record. I can go ahead and print out a copy now, though I can't do it from this computer. And it will go into the record confidentially. Mr. Strauss has just indicated that his question is just verifying its validity, so I don't think we need to go in a confidential session to answer any questions. If we have to, we have to. While we're on the subject, also by way of that bench data request, I would ask for the currently executed agreement that corresponds to Exhibit TMA1, the service agreement.
Yes, Your Honor.
I would ask for that as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
That I don't know that we have physically here, but we can get that to you in very short order.
Okay, that sounds good. So that's, I guess, maybe bench data requests 1 and 2. We can go ahead and, Mr. Strauss, if you want to mark the confidential document as an OPC exhibit, that's fine. If not, I'll mark it as a bench exhibit.
We can mark it as a bench exhibit.
Okay.
I have one page out of the document that Mr. Trout has said I can treat as non-confidential, and I'll use that as a separate exhibit and ask my questions.
Okay, so for the record, once I get it in my hot little hands, the Craig Energy and Financial Services report is bench exhibit 1. Do you have extra copies of that one page?
I do have extra copies of the one page. One thing you could do, Your Honor, is approach the witness and make sure that she verifies that this is in fact a complete copy of the confidential document. I'm sorry. happy to, if you think it would help, to have the witness verify that this is in fact a confidential document. We can do that. Otherwise, it can just come in as a bench data.
I think it's if Potomac Edison is providing it, I think it'll be fine.
Fine.
Do you still want to enter in the 1 or 2 page
Yes,
selection as OPC Exhibit 18?
18, yes, and I did have a couple of questions on it.
Okay. Can you have that circulated?
Could we have, so you would like bench exhibit 1C?
1C, yes.
1C.
Thank you.
You'd like that as soon as possible?
I mean, if that's possible, yes, we can take a 2-minute recess and I can print out as many copies as we need. But
Let me find
probably
out
I
if we.
just need a copy.
Let me just confirm that we can transmit it to you right now, and if we can, then.
I see heads nodding behind you, so I think we're good.
Then we're good. I'll take it. I'll take that on trust.
And I'm going to go ahead and mark as bench exhibit 2 the service agreement, and it'll just magically appear as bench exhibit 2 when it gets here.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will make that happen as well.
Okay. So sorry for the interruption, Mr. Strauss. Go ahead.
Not at all. Not at all. All right, I'd now like to have a look at an excerpt from a document that was produced in response to OPC Data Request 1.12. In this case, Ms. Ashton is the sponsor, and it is the cover and the inside cover of the document entitled Independent Assessment.
And this is OPC Exhibit 18?
18.
Ooh, and it's in color. We don't get a lot of those around here.
Take a moment to have a look at that disclaimer on page 2. You see in the disclaimer the statement that this is an independent assessment report and that assessment should not be considered an audit. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what significance does that have, that this is an assessment and not an audit?
Well, as he notes here, an audit requires certain procedures established by the AICPA. So he didn't complete an audit.
And those procedures, AICPA is the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this report is not the result of conduct in accordance with those procedures. Is that correct?
That's my understanding by the statement, yes.
Okay. And the statement appears, CEFS does not intend for third-party usage of this assessment report. Do you see that?
Yes.
But haven't you used it in this case for third-party usage?
Yes, we have, but I'm not an attorney to necessarily know if that's the same
okay.
thing as he's saying here.
All right, and further down, it says that CEFS prepared the report, the assessment report, based on information that's not within its control. You see that?
Yes.
And it goes on and says, while it believes the information is complete and reliable, it can't guarantee it. You see that?
Yes.
Do you know what information was not within CEFS's control when they prepared this assessment report?
I don't specifically know what he's referring to, but generally when you perform procedures like this, even an audit, you're dependent on information provided by your client.
When you say he, you mean Mr. Craig?
Yes, yes.
If Craig Energy and Financial Services is Mr. Craig, is that correct?
I don't know if he has other employees.
Okay. And as a result of the let's go back now to page 35 of your Exhibit 33.
Okay.
As a result of the CEFS report, you say that the report identified additional items, which Mr. Valdez then calculated came out to about another $68,000 in refunds, correct?
Yes.
On pages 30 to 33 of your testimony, direct testimony, you talk about controls that are in place with respect to charges to Potomac Edison. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so given those internal controls and the external review of the cost allocation manual by Price Waterhouse and the separate proactive internal review that First Energy conducted and that you describe on page 34 of Exhibit 33, how is it that there were still additional categories of non-recoverable costs that went unidentified until the CEFS study was done?
I mean, controls by their nature are put in place and designed to detect material misstatements. So, controls are not designed to always detect, items that are not material from a financial statement perspective. So, my understanding of the additional areas that CEFS looked at were, based on his knowledge of, items from his past experience that may have been items that are non-recoverable. So,
Items that First Energy wasn't aware of on its own? Is that what you're saying? Or First Energy Services Company? I'm not sure which.
for example, one item is the office space of a lobbying employee. There's nothing explicit in FERC guidance that tells you to record the cost of the office the lobbying employee is working on when they're lobbying, when they're performing lobbying functions, below the line. So that was something, Mr. CEFS identified as an additional area for the company to consider.
I thought the lobbying costs were identified by Mr. Valdez in the first part of the examination. The $196,000 included lobbying. Was there some additional lobbying-related expense that didn't show up until the CEFS examination? Is that it?
So part of CEFS's evaluation was to look at the work that was done for responding to the FERC audit finding around lobbying.
Do you know whether any of the $38,000 of 9667 refunds included lobbying costs?
Yes.
They did. Is that what you said?
Yes, they were reported to FERC, and FERC gave a recommendation related to those items in their public report.
So there were lobbying costs in the 9667 refunds, and then there were also non-recoverable lobbying costs that were identified as a result of the review that resulted in the $196,000 in additional refunds that Mr. Valdez testifies to and that you mentioned in your testimony. Is that correct?
So they're somewhat interrelated because First Energy provided FERC, as part of their audit, the lobbying expenses, and you can read it in their FERC audit report. And so, as part of compliance with the FERC audit report, additional procedures were performed around lobbying expenses.
Okay, so just so I understand, there were lobbying costs in the 9667 refunds. There were lobbying costs in the $196,000 refunds. And then there were sort of lobbying-related expenses like lobbyist office space in the $68,000 in additional refunds. Do I understand you correctly?
I would have to confirm all the buckets because I'm not sure what were charged to Potomac Edison.
Okay. If you turn to page 38 of Exhibit 33, I'm looking at your statement at lines 1 through 3. You discussed certain training that had been provided, which included direct charging, time charging, and invoice processing. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you say at lines 6 to 7 that the First Energy Corporate Business Services facilitated this training, correct?
Yes.
If you turn back to page 27 of your direct testimony. At line 12, you talk about the creation of a new Office of Ethics and Compliance. Do you see that?
Yes.
What role did this office have in the training that you describe on page 38 of your testimony?
I didn't prepare the training. I don't know to the extent the Office of Ethics and Compliance, I don't know the extent of their involvement in the training to service company employees.
Do you know whether the Controller's Department had any role in the training, in preparing the training materials?
So the Corporate Business Services is not a function of the Controller's organization, but I don't know if individuals on my team provided feedback or gave any feedback as part of the preparation of materials.
And did the training address in any fashion the HB6 activities that we've talked about today?
I don't recall.
Did you take the training?
I did.
And you don't recall whether it mentioned the HB6 activities?
It was over a year ago. I don't recall if it explicitly did. It talked about time charging and the importance of charging your time correctly, and it explained the lobbying cost centers that had been set up, and it explained to employees about, if you think you might be performing a lobbying function, you need to charge your time a certain way, but
okay.
I don't know if there was reference to House Bill 6, no.
All right, I think I have one other document to show you.
Okay.
What are we up to? We want this one.
Thank you, sir. Wait, 20, 21, and 19?
This is a response to OPC data request 18.05. Ms. Ashton, you are the sponsor. Do you stand by this response?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked as Exhibit 19.
It is so marked.
Thank you, Ms. Ashton. I have nothing further. I would move at this time for the admission of OPC cross exhibits 15 through 19.
No objection, Your Honor.
Through 19 are admitted.
I think this is good.
Staff? Potomac Edison.
Maybe just one, Your Honor. Ms. Ashton, do you recall earlier a conversation between yourself and Mr. Strauss? He asked you some questions in connection with OPC 15. If I can find it.
Is that the exhibit number?
OPC 15 is a reference to a data request response from you on April 28th, 2023, numbered OPC 1-13.
Yes.
Do you have that document in
Yes.
front of you? Now, do you recall a colloquy between yourself and Mr. Strauss in which he asked questions regarding this data request response?
Yes.
And as a follow-up that, do different FESC employees perform specific functions on behalf of PE or other operating companies?
Yes, they do.
So are there people at FESC that time and energies are dedicated to Potomac Edison alone?
Yes.
And one, thank you. Thank you very much.
Just give me one moment, okay? Ms. Ashton, I'm not going to ask you any questions. So thank you for your testimony today, and you can be excused.
Thank you.
Parties, do you want a 5-minute break? Okay. We'll go off the record for 5 minutes.
Just leave them.
Okay.
So have we? Jeff Brown.